Charlie.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome, Max. Say hi. Hey, DJ Natty. Hey, Mr. Clown. Panzercadden. Hey, Jokernut. Everybody say hi, Max, please. Hey, Jaeger.
Hi, Charlie's butt.
How is everything working? This is a whole new setup. So new lots changed, including this guy up here. I've got a guest for the first time. So how's the music? How's the sound? Can you hear Max? That's important.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Sanity. How are we doing? Hey, Nathan. Hey, Steve. Thomas, Lucas. I'm going to try to catch everybody, but I just want to say hi, everybody. So we have a special build today. Going back in time, 2016.
That's right.
We're doing an era-appropriate Voron kit build. So we're getting Charlie Pets out of the way. Otherwise, he'll bug me later in the stream, and he probably still will. Everything's fine. This is awesome. So, Max, everybody knows you, but you want to introduce?
Hi, I'm Max, also known as Russian Cat Food. I'm the founder of the Voron project. And, started all of this in 2016. Back then, I actually had a company that spearheaded all of this called MZBot. And to kind of kickstart my foray into 3D printing world, basically, I started doing Voron kits. Voron being like Voron 1.0, because there were no other ones yet. This is an example of one of those kits. I did components for 20 kits total, and after doing some QC on them, found out that I only have enough components for 18 kits. So when the kits went on sale 6 years ago, like 5 days, and 6 years ago, basically.
July 29th, 2016 is when they went on pre-order.
Yep. And then the first shipment was August 15th. So basically today or yesterday, 6 years ago, is when like the first of the kits were actually being built. So happy Hexaversary, everybody. After our meeting, late night meetings at Murph, we decided, well, there's 18 kits. It'd be nice if there was a round number. So now there's 19 and 20.
And to answer a question in chat, I did not cheat. I am coming into this fresh. I saw the unboxing, some of it. I was at work, so I took a little break. But I did not watch the build last night, so it will be my own fresh take on this. So
yeah, I'm interested to see how you deal with some of the challenges that
some things. Yeah, so this predates my by a little bit my entry into 3D printing. I started almost exactly a year after this. So in July of 2017 is when I bought my first 3D printer. So this is just before my time.
Yep.
So are you done, Charlie? Are you good? We got all the hair everywhere.
Have you deposited enough hair on the bench?
That's the idea. See if we can get a few fibers in the build. So
fiber's important.
Tracy, how much did the kit cost? I think you said just under $1,000, right? Was the original cost of the kit?
That's right.
Yep.
So I lost a lot of money shipping kits to Australia.
Ouch.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad back then. It's a lot worse now. I think it was over $100 to ship the kit to Uber.
Ooh. Yeah.
It was not that much back then.
Yeah. Hey, Nirq, haven't seen you in a while. Hey, Bill. Okay, are you done, Charlie? So I think this whole setup, just the way I'm doing it, I'm going to wear a headset for the duration that RCF is on here. He will be taking off when he's ready. Deep fried heroin. Hi, Charlie499. Thank you. So let's get started with the build. I have not unboxed this, so let's get started.
Oh,
VK19. There is, let's just go with. I did not cheat. This is true unboxing. Let's see. Hey there. Look at that. I told you I made changes. I have not had an overhead camera. Welcome to Voron. Thank you for ordering this kit. Contained inside the result of over a year and a half of research and development. I felt the kit should reflect this effort, and I put just as much thought into them as I did designing the printer itself. To help you along, there's a manual, and for question and concerns, I'm going to go to Discord instead of Reddit. And it does support it. mzbot.us still work?
Nope.
So
neither does the manual website.
It's an authentic introductory letter.
Yeah. Ken, I did not. This was before people started putting candy in their printer kits. There are no 6-year-old gummy bears in there.
Nice. Does it automatically have a serial number? Hi.
I do believe the gummy bears would survive.
To now, probably.
Yeah,
they might be a little stale, but my wife absolutely loves stale gummy bears. She loves stale licorice. If you could bend it and it snaps, that's perfect for her.
Wow, that's stale.
Sandy asks, does it automatically have a serial number, or will Steve have to make a video and me criticize his wiring job? So how did you want to explain what the serial thing was with these?
These are the serials were originally just for me to track the kits. I was running a business. I needed to track the products I was shipping out so I can handle support calls and all that stuff, and make sure, keep track of all the printers in the wild, basically. And when the serials came in, the people that have built their printers self-sourced also wanted serials as a kind of badge of honor. So we set up a serial system on Reddit. And then as Voron expanded, that quickly grew out of hand, and we had to go basically build a whole new Voron registry system that Tinpeg did. Thank you. That kind of handles all of that semi-automatically. There's still a human involved in the review process, so if you guys submit for a serial request, basically, there may be some delays, because usually what happens is somebody comes in and then batches through a whole bunch of them at the same time. But yeah, if you submitted your serial request and you haven't gotten it yet, that means a human who's doing this as a hobby hasn't come into the system and went through a backlog.
Awesome. So anybody who self-sourced got a V1 serial, and the kits.
Just a V, actually, at the time.
Oh, well, correct. A V that later transitioned into V1.
Yeah.
And then most recently, VT.
That's right. And then the Voron kits got the VK serial number.
Got it. So no more Voron kits. People are welcome to self-source one of these and get a V1 serial number.
Jason was on the Nero's stream yesterday, and we started talking about it. Possibility of doing basically a collectible run of these.
Ooh, okay.
So he's pinging me for stuff that he basically can't source, like ramps.
You can't get ramps anymore?
Maybe like JLC PCB could hook you up.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you can, but the quality is questionable. Luckily, I still have somewhere in my shop original stock of this Rams SB from Spain. that I used, the black ones,
Awesome.
which is what you have in their box. So I might be shipping some in the odd Uno reverse card thing. I might be shipping stuff to LVO.
Odd. Okay, that works. Let's see. Let me catch up a little bit on any chat here. There is no candy. That's okay. I don't need candy right now. I'm trying to stay away from the candy. Who runs the serial registry? So it's a team effort right now. Chinpec set it up, but there are several of the team that that go in and review and approve serial requests. So, okay, frame is here. I'm not going to open these quite yet. I'll do that as soon as we start the assembly. There is a Stepper Online OG 12 volt power supply. Let's go ahead and pull this thing out.
This was the hardest thing to find.
Let's go back. No, I like this.
Because it's a chunky 12 volt without the fan. All the ones you find now have a fan in them.
So this is 200 watt, I'm guessing?
Yeah, around there.
Okay. I'm going to spread out here. Plastics, all printed by Doc.
And me.
And
all the
you.
ABS parts are printed by Doc. All the electronics enclosures are PLA.
Okay.
So that's PLA.
Awesome. And I notice even the white plastic accent piece. Now.
Oh yeah, but accent colors were white, and there was like three parts.
So last night I got the idea. I'm already using my little hex trays for other projects that I have. So I figured I better print a new one for this project. And I briefly thought about printing it in white just for that reason. But then I realized I don't really want to print it in white. So I printed it in, not Voron red, it's Paramount Enzo red, which was the first iteration of Voron red, right? Paramount Enzo red?
No, it was Hatchbox.
Hatchbox. Okay, so the second. I know when when I discovered Voron, Enzo red was the preferred.
Yeah, Enzo red was yes.
Hey, 3DP Mamish. So, yep, printed parts. Everything looks great. I am hoping my headset charges enough that I can untether here in a minute. Hey, Decurion.
This is going to be exciting.
Oh boy. All the stuff. NZ box stickers.
Because you need more of those.
Yes, I do have a few. Mad Shemmy, thanks for gifting the memberships. Power inlet. I'm going to save the ramps for last. We got a fan, inductive probe, and other fans.
All the X carriage bits.
Wiring. Now, what was the original kit wiring? Was it silicone wiring?
No, it was Cat 5.
Oh, Cat 5, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Cheers from DFH crew, thank you. Is this Chimera 2? It is.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Those are Z motor wires. And that's
okay.
That's the umbilical.
Nice and wrapped. Recrimped. It's like AC wiring.
Yep.
That's DC wiring. Display and USB cable. Have the rep wrap full graphics discount display, whatever.
I love those things. They're so great.
We need to do
those things are awesome.
We do need to compare for the parts from time versus now, see a visual reference how tech and times change with experience. So this is Legacy is basically the reimagining of 1.5, which was is that right?
1.0. No, it's a reimagining of this one.
Of 1.0, okay.
Yeah. 1.5 had that clicky probe thing on the X carriage.
Oh, right.
That worked okay on the stock builds, but nobody ever built it stock. Everybody went 12 inches.
Okay.
And when you try to do a clicky probe with 8mm rods that are this long, it don't click so good.
No. Hey CJ. Easy mode, pre-crimped wiring. Yes, this is a full kit in every sense of the term, including printed parts. So, might be a silly question. How much did you pay to Max for the kit? That won't be revealed. Until Max says no, but he doesn't. Yeah, well, it'll be fine.
These kits were basically old stock plus new parts. All of that came from majority of that came from Dev Fund, and both Nero and Steve are on the dev team, so it's kind of doing this.
But there will be some funds finding their way back into the Dev Fund.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
This is us just having a good time and
yes. Yes.
Like kind of exploring what it used to be.
Was the wiring pre-cut and crimped in the original kits? Yes, right? Everything was pre-done. And how much time did that take you?
Way too much.
Hey James.
The wiring was the main reason I stopped doing kits after the first 18, because each harness has, I don't know, 30 pins to crimp and connect. You multiply that by 18 kits and you slowly just start losing your mind.
Really want to say first, Christian, thanks for becoming a member, and Thomas, ARS10. What is ARS currency? Thank you very much, though. Sanity donated his soul and promised to be admin and moderator on Discord with 37,000 people till the end of days. Yeah. How much were the kits originally? Just under $1,000. $9.95, I think.
Yep, $9.95 shipped.
Mad Shami, member for 2 months. Thank you. There's no price on the love for Voron. This is true.
Yeah. It is old enough now that you have to plug it into the inflation calculator.
Yeah. Okay. So, I keep going to this camera, forgetting that I have a fancy overhead camera. So heater cartridge and Chimera. So this is a new, well, it's not new anymore, but it's not the original Chimera in terms of you had to buy these for these kits, right? And
yes.
at some point in about 2018, E3D changed the heatsink on these. They left the mounting pattern the same, but they spread the center line up. Oh, you switched. we got Streamception now going.
Sorry.
There we go.
I had child questions.
Oh, yeah. So at some point around 2018, E3D made a revision on these and spread the center line of the nozzles out a little bit. And that actually has an effect on this kit, because the kit was 2016, and the printed part for the hot end is designed for that narrower spacing. Fortunately, I was building a Hypercube Evolution around 2018, and I was going to use a Chimera in it. So I have the original heatsink. Never used, because I bought this and then like a month later they came out with the update and I wanted it, so I bought just the heatsink to replace it. So I've had this on the shelf since then, just waiting for this build.
This is actually technically version 2
of the kit.
No, of the heatsink.
Of the heatsink.
The original of Chimera heatsink. The set screws were in the back.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
And then they realized, because there's a mounting pattern where you can actually butt it up to a printed part, they realized you can't get to the set screws.
Yeah. Diego, greetings from Double T, 2499. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know if Chimeras are still in production. I think you end up with new old stock, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Tim over at Extruder was very confused.
Yes. And then the key piece here. Let's go ahead and open this guy up.
In case anybody wondering, the pink bags are anti-static.
Look at that. Genuine Arduino. Oops, this way. 5 stepper drivers, little fan add-on. And just confirming that should be offset 1 pin. Is that correct?
Let me see. I believe so. I mean, I tested both of them, so they should work.
Okay.
The back one is the one you care the most about.
Okay. Awesome.
Can I see the back of it?
The
back. Keep turning.
I don't know.
No. Like the piece that's under the red board. I just want to make sure there's no ramps pins sticking out. That should be fine.
Okay.
There were some pins that didn't line up right on.
Didn't line up.
Ever. On the Arduino because they didn't need them.
Awesome. Thomas, 499 euros. Thanks for letting us have a peek into the history of the hobby and the great project. Thank you. And you're welcome. Okay. So that, and then we have the build plate.
The era made us think about the fact that there's no mag sheet on it.
No mag sheet. Yep.
Nope.
Now, I actually went against the grain when I built my Legacy. So I have Legacy serial number 001 because when...
Because you helped them develop it.
Well, I confirmed that everything went together well.
Yes.
So,
and it originally did not.
So you sent me a raw original plate here.
Yes.
You sent me a raw one, not drilled, not anything, that I was supposed to use in my Legacy build. And I went against grain and ended up using an Ender 3 plate. So I still have that, but...
Last to me.
I know. 200 watt heater. Nice shiny. And how thick? Is that 1 millimeter PEI?
40 thou.
40 thou.
So
awesome.
1.5.
Okay. Go.
The original heaters came from Omega.
Oh, okay.
And I was gonna do that, but A, they were undersized, and B, the lead time was 6 months. So that wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Kinova for the win.
It's era appropriate, but a few things subbed out.
Yeah.
Okay, hardware box. So this is linear motion and hardware. Let's put it in the right way.
And also power cord because it didn't fit into the electronics box.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
So I was thinking, because I saw you, because I did see the unboxing. I saw Nero's unboxing.
Okay.
I saw this stuff. I'm thinking I'm going to try to build with these tools. We'll see how far I get before I switch over to what I'm comfortable with.
They're nice.
Huh?
They're nice. I love
those
things.
They are nice. I'm just used to like RC hobby drivers.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's going to be different.
I got to get my hex key twirl, whatever.
Oh yeah.
The twirl technique down. So this
honestly did not know that was a thing until I saw one of Nero's streams.
Yes,
like,
he has
I've
that.
been doing it wrong for years.
He's got that down pat.
Yeah, like
super lube.
Yep.
And then what do we have here? Bearings and hardware. I guess I'm gonna need to get some of this out anyway. Feet, belt. Okay, we're gonna need cubes soon, and we're gonna need the unsorted, awesome hardware.
Correct. That's what you get.
Power cord. I'm not complaining. I'm just teasing. Teasing, not complaining. Is that Kinovo pad from 2016? No. It was, what was the brand you said was original?
Omega.
Omega. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Revoke the legacy serial. No.
No.
Oh, this completes the Pokemon Voron collection here, right?
It's true. It really does. I think you're the only one that has all of them.
No, there's one more. Right? Doesn't Paul?
Oh.
Ooh.
You're right.
Yeah.
But Paul does not have a legacy.
I thought he did.
Mm-mm. He did buy a original Voron kit that somebody had on sale.
Yeah.
He's rebuilding it right now.
Okay, I'm not gonna try to save. Not gonna try to open this like that. We're gonna go like this.
Got it.
There we go.
There we go. Dude, I love those shears. I have a pair.
Yes. V24 doesn't count. So V24 isn't attainable. So
it's not worth building in 2022 at this point. 2022. Yes.
You're making the executive decision that V24 doesn't count, right?
Yes.
So there, you heard it from the source.
It was never open sourced. It was, I think there's CAD floating somewhere out there. But if you're going to build it, don't. Because it's basically a whole bunch of, it has a whole bunch of issues that never got resolved. They did get resolved during V2 development.
Okay. DJ Natty's saying these integrated lead screw steppers weren't a thing back then, right? They were. Integrated lead screw steppers, and these were original.
They were quite expensive, actually. But yeah, they were things.
And are these 2-start or 4-start? Are these 8mm? So they're 8mm lead?
Yeah, TR8 by 8, 4-start.
Okay. And they are not Teflon. These have just a protective sleeve on them.
Yeah.
Is that how they come from Stepper Online?
Yeah.
Okay. And big Stepper Online steppers. Are these are all pre-terminated? Oh yeah, DuPont connectors.
That's right.
Okay. Let's invent loads of new Vorons to fill up Steve's garage. My garage is full. I am looking, I'm rearranging, trying to find a room. So, V24 is not canon, correct?
That's true. Meanwhile, Nero is trying to fit all of those printers into like his spare bedroom that he converted into a studio.
Yeah, I have
piling up on top of them.
I have 10 feet by 17 feet by 10 feet. That's my area here. Now, if I really wanted to, I could expand to the 20 by 20 2-car garage that's over there. But that one's for dirty tools. This is clean tools. So, okay, so let's get started on the build. I have the manual. So this had a very well done manual, and I have CAD. So I need to close Fusion on the other computer so I can open it here. Now I'm only going to open it if we need it, but we won't need it.
The hope is you won't need CAD.
I won't need it. So we're going to, you are assembling a 3D printer. This means you are, so this is original language, right? So this is where a lot of our language in the manual originally came from.
Yes.
Some of this type of language, right? Is this
Yeah.
the space shuttles in the garage era?
No, it was way before that.
That was before that. Okay.
Yeah, we're 3 years before that happened. 2 years? 2 years.
Follow the instructions and don't skip steps. Now, is this available? This is somewhere, the manual?
The Voron manual, yes. I'm gonna update the GitHub repo. If you go to Voron-1 or Voron V1, I forgot the actual GitHub repo for the V1 series. That includes, if you click on the drop down, there's versioning branches for 1, 1.5, or 1.6, 1.8, and then you jump to Trident after that.
Okay.
So if you go to V1 branch on Voron 1 GitHub, this is all available there, and I will be updating it. So
Awesome.
if somebody wants to watch you stream and play along for some odd reason.
I park, so the 20 by 20 garage, I do have a space. I park my STI there. My wife has her own preference not to park in a garage, so I didn't have to fight her for it. And so there is still room in the other garage. That's where the STI gets parked.
Nobody in California parks their cars in the garage.
I park one car in the garage.
Well, yeah, because you care about that one car.
Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. Where's Dunar's cursor? This predates Dunar's cursor. You might, I don't know, could you find an RCF cursor in there?
Yeah, Dunar didn't join
No.
our group until years after this was written.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna grease the bearings. They've got some instructions on that, and then we're gonna get into assembling the frame. So step 1, we're gonna pre-assemble 8 extrusions and by attaching one corner to an end. So I'm gonna do this the way the manual says, not necessarily the way that I would go through, like I did on Legacy, because I used, actually, I got the original plate, and I also got original corner cubes from you for the Legacy build. So I've done a frame build like this, but I'm gonna do it according to the manual.
Okay.
So first of all, I have this nice organized tray here with some extra grommets that I have grabbed because I was told I might need them. So I'm gonna move those over here. And I've got a very unorganized bag of fasteners. So we're gonna do this.
Nice. Oh. Honestly, that's better than what
there we go.
Nero did, which he dumped them all into like a magnetic trough.
Yeah.
And so they're all stuck together. It's better. You can actually kind of see.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need at least 8 of these M5 by 16s. Nero could have used that organizer last night. Hey, it's out there. It's on printables. If you search for less thin hex tray or something like that, you can find it on printables. All the extrusions, same length.
Mm-hmm.
All cut by you, cut by Masumi. Masumi, okay.
Yeah. The original ones were not pre-tapped, and then I shipped self-tapping screws that were in the right dimension. They were Imperial.
Okay.
It was not a popular thing. Let me tell you.
So the manual actually suggests, what does it say? They are, there was something about the thread forming screws.
Yes, the manual has been updated. Do not use thread forming screws. You're going to have a bad time.
Yes.
Misumi's extrusion anodizing quality is gone.
I was just noticing that. Holy moly. Yep. Look at that.
I know. Can you see it? Yeah, I noticed that when I was packing them.
Yeah, that's sad.
That's called rushing it. That's what happens when you don't clean your aluminum before.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna sort through and see if I can hide those.
Yeah, find a spot like in the back somewhere.
Yeah. Let me grab a couple of paper towels because I just kind of want to do a wipe over on these real quick. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute you. I think this will mute you as well, Max. Just so you know. Okay, I'm back. Nero could have used that organizer. Californians don't park the car. Okay, so let's see what we have here. It's not too bad. What made you want to design a printer, Max?
Well, I've told this joke already, but what I originally wanted was Ultimaker 2, because that was the hottest thing back in those days, and I couldn't exactly justify spending that much money on it. So naturally, I started a company and spent order of magnitude more. But
this is the way.
Just wanted to. I felt like I could contribute something to the 3D printing community. Something better than was available currently, and here we are.
Awesome.
I originally just wanted to design extruders, honestly. And then I needed a printer to bolt extruders onto, and then the printer happened.
I'm kind of sorting these by the number of voids in the anodizing.
I don't know how you ended up with all the crap ones.
I see how it is.
I think I took them out of the box and bundled them.
You know, I'm only 2 so far are really bad.
That's good.
The other ones, there's like a little void there, but the rest of it, oh, there's some right there. I guess that goes in that pile. No, it's actually good.
Yeah, LDO at this point has surpassed the Master and actually has better anodizing quality.
Oh yeah.
Because they anodize them after cutting them, so you get anodized ends as well, which is nice.
The few here are really bad, but actually many of these are just fine. Just the first ones I ended up looking at. Yeah, that's pretty okay. So I'm gonna pick probably. Let's just grab a random 4 of these. I'm not going to spend too much time on making sure they're perfect. That can go like that. So then we are going to make sure that the small hole is up. So something like that, I think.
We're down, just as long as it's on the same direction on all of them.
Up or right? Oh, this might be fun.
Steve, if you want to use your drivers, I wouldn't be offended.
Oh, what happened?
No signal.
Why is there no signal? Off? On. Let's try this. Why are we not? Oh, there we are. It went to sleep. I need to figure out what's going on with that. So I have a new setup. Previously, I was limited to one HDMI device because I couldn't get multiple HDMI devices to work with my laptop here. So I finally just bit the bullet and bought a now, mind you, I'm using a laptop. So I bought a Elgato CamLink Pro, which is a PCI Express card. But then I bought a Thunderbolt 3 PCI Express enclosure. And that's what everything is running on now. Mm-hmm. So I set this all up yesterday.
Nice. Whoever was asking for V24 bomb, I don't think that exists. There's a rough break-even bomb that I did when I was actually starting the V24 line, because remember, that was a commercial product. But I don't know where that is. And there's no manual, obviously, because I was building them, and there's only one in existence.
Uh-huh.
So,
did the original kits have the hex key kit? Yes?
yes.
Yeah.
Same brand, too. Bondus or whatever.
I suspect the camera was off because there's some sleep mode on this card that I need to look into.
Charlie.
I had everything here running for like 8 hours straight yesterday, kind of testing. I'm looking to see if Steve's phone is in the background. It is in the background. I don't know. It's down here on this printer. So did you hear about that, Max? Did you hear about the phone incident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched it unfold live.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My pocket was promoting moderators.
There was genuine fear in your
yes.
face.
Oh yes.
Because you thought you were getting hacked.
Well, I have some history in account being compromised.
Right.
I think I mentioned it then. The morning of Trident release, I had to recover my Netflix account, my Steam account.
Oh, I remember this, yes.
I woke up to all of those being compromised that morning.
Yeah, I remember this.
It was quite frightening.
The more of a public profile you have online, the bigger of a target you are. So.
I hadn't even started streaming at that point. Jared, what phone incident? So I had my phone in my pocket, and somehow I'm guessing the YouTube notification that I went live was on the screen, and my pocket unlocked it and opened it, and then started promoting people in chat to moderator, and it pinned a post, all from it just sitting in my pocket. It was, looking back on it, it was absolutely hilarious, but at the time, I was about to stop the stream and figure out what was going on. Hey, see you, Steven.
I think it was the first ever episode, instance of somebody butt moderating.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to here. So we are going to put all of those together in a square and then put them together into the tops. Okay. So now we got to figure out what way. So that's going to go like that. And just lining up the small holes, right?
As long as they're all the same.
Might have to rotate some of them. That's okay, I think. Oh, I put that one in the wrong spot. I need to go here. There we go. And then that will work. There we go. Pick and choose my fasteners, at least At least there aren't too many individual sizes. This was how streamlined is the BOM on this? Pretty. I mean, it's a simple printer. There's not a whole lot to it, but I know there were.
The BOM is legit. I need to do some updates on components for it because they're not available anymore. Because it's not 2016 anymore.
But I'm talking about fastener variety.
Oh,
so the push.
Other than the gummy washers that I missed 8 of in your BOM, it's all there.
Yeah, I know the fastener counts exploded at one point, and then got trimmed back.
2.2. And then 2.4 was a stop, pop, throw it all away, redo everything. It's insane.
Hey, John. Hey, John, check it out.
Oh.
This is the GoPro into my
marble?
system. This is quartz.
Or quartz?
Yes.
For some reason, I thought it was just the texture on melamine.
Oh no. So I went looking locally for a quartz surface and found a place that sold this to me. I think it was $30.
What?
For, I think it's 27 inches square.
That's ridiculous. Wow. That's impressive.
KB3D, 4 months, exciting. Thanks for... Okay, why is that one not wanting to square up? Oh, there we go. Oh, I know why. So I was wondering, because this, when I was threading in this fastener, the extrusion was being pushed off of flush, but what was happening is I was threading past the previous bolt, the bolt head.
Yep.
So I was moving it, and once it got past it, I can square it back up.
Yeah, the last one is kind of tricky because you can't wiggle the bolt in.
So I'm kind of, a lot of, when I build a frame, I'll often pull out my clamps and my angle here. I'm kind of feeling this one. It feels flush. So I want to see what we end up with when it's done. I'm gonna tweak this one here.
You can feel surprisingly precise resolution with fingertips.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, now these guys. So I'm gonna go there.
The problem has always been, how do you describe, use your fingertips to fill for ridges in a manual?
Right.
To somebody who doesn't know what the hell you're talking about.
1, 2, 3, 4. Philip B, thanks for becoming a member. Tracy, which model of GoPro? This is a Hero 9 Black. I bought this GoPro when I very first decided to stream something. And I think that was the V0.1 LDO kit build that I did in Discord. This was before I was going to do YouTube at all. I just wanted to build something in front of people on Discord. So I bought that and ended up using it all the way up until around end of November. So before I bought my nice Sony camera. Max upgrade kit of this will be Voron 0.1 or Voron R2.
This is still, I would say, V1.0, because we haven't upgraded much. Like it's all original stuff.
Yeah. Very, very minor tweaks, right?
Yeah.
Any recommendations on hot end for PC carbon blend? Wanted to try to print some RC parts. So a PC carbon blend is probably going to need somewhere between what 260 and 275 temperature. So just about any you're going to any hot end is going to be fine, but you're going to want a hardened nozzle of some kind.
Yeah, all metal and hardened.
Yeah, yeah. I got a black quartz slab that weighs 90 pounds days after I twisted my ankle and have an upstairs apartment. Oops. PF Dennis, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. I need to buy a cam for my OnlyFans streams.
What are you using now?
I don't know. Ask Lanover. E6 plus titanium heat shrink plus tungsten carbide nozzle. Sure. Carbon fiber, you're probably going to want a 0.5 to 0.6 nozzle. I've not had any clogging problems at 0.4, but your advice is probably still solid. Oh, we got a little bit of misalignment there.
There it is. No, we couldn't figure it out what it was coming from. I think Nero identified at least one extrusion that was like a hair longer than it should have been.
Okay.
Also, I'm pretty sure those cubes are not precision milled.
Am I going to build a Mendel next? I have no room. I'm making room for this one. This is worth making room.
Mendel, not so much. Oh man, the Metal 90 MDF frame. What a concept.
Okay. I am happy with that. You're using high quality filament. It's not usually an issue at 0.4, but with cheaper.
Nero's here.
Nero, there we are.
Hey,
howdy,
man.
howdy. Okay, now join the top and bottom square using the remaining 4 extrusions. Find the flattest surface. Okay, so I was intended to put this together loose and then tighten it up later, but that's okay.
Where are my threaded rods at? That's Imperial threaded rods to you, sir.
Let's go this route.
Remember when we were using Imperial rods and then the optimal layer height was like 2.31? Otherwise you got artifacts.
That predated me.
Because Arduino couldn't divide. So you had to specify exact, you have to specify the exact division. Otherwise you're going to get layer artifacts. It was a good time.
That predated me.
Yeah. Yeah, now you can basically get trapezoidal screws for like $1 on Amazon. Long live the Empire.
Okay, there. And then what do I want to do? Let's go ahead and do this.
And just leave it like that. Perfect.
Just like that. I mean, we just end up with a perfect cube, right? Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I got to go this way. Small hole. Big hole side.
Mm.
My MPSM had M4 threaded rod for the Z with a nut.
At least you're using metric rods.
Yeah. There we go. Steve ordered Prusa XL. I did not. I did not order a Prusa XL.
Lenovar. He's building a couch side table.
Yes.
You know what? This could probably be a pretty nice couch side table. It just needs a top.
It would. Look right there. Put a glass top on it.
Yeah.
Fancy.
It'll look amazing. It'll look amazing. You can use the feet to put the glass on it.
Perfect. You know, this
okay.
is square.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, kits are not happening. We're just gonna do side tables now.
Side tables.
Voron is all gonna be just living room furniture.
Gonna divert resources from Voron shower development to Voron side table.
That's right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I should share the CAD for the shower at some point. Like, people think it's like a joke, except I took a shower in it 3 days ago, so it exists. And the only thing that makes it a Voron shower is because it's all built out of like extrusions and acrylic panels. And because all the plumbing is from IKEA, it's globally sourced.
Steve Hilton Max, I made my printer table out of that slab and extrusions. There you go. And this is one of them where you're talking about where it comes, starts getting bound up. Trying to get the screw in there.
Here we go. I commend you for still using the hex keys.
I am going to as long as I can. As long as I can stand it.
Drivers. If you switch to drivers, I won't be offended, I promise.
The problem is leverage. Don't get as much. Yeah. Okay. 2 more. And there aren't too many M5x16s in here, huh? Is this all the M5x16s is what's used for here?
Yep. So there's 2 more in there somewhere.
There it is. I was going to say, I didn't want to have to go to my stash.
That's the one thing I wasn't worried about. You and Nero have very healthy collections of screws.
Yes. Go. Yeah, someone's going to make a Voron side table now.
You have to.
Okay, I gotta let Charlie out. We gotta start playing this game.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, he wants out to go drink or whatever, and then he'll want back in about 2 minutes.
Yep. I'm familiar with this game.
Okay. Ooh.
No, that's not square at all. You're just squaring it by forcing it into the slab.
Yeah, why not? Let's see where we're at on that's square. That's not. That's not. Where are we missing it? Yeah, most of it is not. Okay.
I think you basically have to pick top and bottom, and then the verticals don't really matter because nothing motion-wise is being bolted to them.
I'm going to switch for this.
Good job. All right, my 5-minute warning. I'm gonna drop off in about 5 minutes.
Okay. What else do we have? Time for the hammer. That one just loosened it up.
Honestly, I have used mallets before too, square frames.
But that, as soon as I loosened this one here, it fell into place pretty much.
There we go.
We got I think we've got the single square or the end that's causing us problems.
Now, squaring a frame with self-tapping screws. Boy. Imagine like these screws, but with like a gallon of thread locker on them.
Ooh.
Trying to undo them and redo them and undo them and redo them. It's not great. VK does not have a front. There's no front to fall off. Ooh. Get another piece of quartz and put it on top. And
Force
then
it.
go through and yeah.
I could almost do that. I have the other piece.
Okay. You just slowly turn it into a hydraulic press channel.
Yeah. That one's not tight. Yeah, that just gets pulled into. Let's see if what was our square side? Do we still have a square side?
Did you lose it?
That one's close.
I think that one is.
Yeah, that one is.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the top.
Wow, I missed this tightening this one. Top.
Quartz couch side table.
I missed tightening a few things, so that might be part of the. Yep, see, there's Charlie. One's back in now.
Hi, Charlie.
That is significant. Technical question. Huh?
This is why we don't use open builds anymore. Open builds cubes anymore.
We'll let Charlie in. Do you think it's the cubes or do you think it's the Misumi cuts?
It's the combination of the two.
Yeah.
Coming together to ruin your day. Depends where you get the LMUs. If you get them on Amazon, then yes. If you get them prepackaged from Mizumi, like these are, you don't need to bathe them in IPA. The packing oil that Mizumi uses doesn't interfere with lubrication.
That's square.
Like there are some packing oils that actually break down lubes.
Yeah, those are the two sides that are most square, is that top and bottom.
There you go.
Then I'm gonna call that. Oh, let's
mark
this. Yep, I am. That one I can see.
I saw you take it off. I'm like, no, put it back on.
Yep, Yep. I realized I shouldn't take it off as soon as I did. So I think that's going to be the front.
All right.
Wibbly wobbly.
Can you see?
But it is.
Can you see any of the blemishes?
That's what I just turned it there to
I see.
Eliminate. There's one right back here.
Smart.
On the same page. Wibbly wobbly. Yep. Okay. So let's call the frame done. Now we're going to get
Nice.
into the gantries. I'm going to set this down here to the
Oh.
side.
Look at those 4 8 gummies per motor.
Those gummies are in the hardware bag somewhere.
Yes.
Belted extruder. Bearings. Let's go here. Bearings.
There should be a separate bag that has the springs in it.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
And I believe the
Springs.
gummies are in there. Yep, they're there.
Yep. How many do I have?
Not enough.
1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 8. I need 8 more.
You
Okay.
need 16, yeah.
And I have these little
Ooh.
grommets, like M3-ish sized
Yeah,
grommets.
that'll work.
And yeah, that'll just cut those in half, you say?
Yep.
Okay.
And use them for the top.
Okay. Hi, Charlie. Charlie's
What's
traditional.
funny is, oh, hi, Charlie. Is that Charlie? Wow, he balances well.
Yes.
Oh, what are you about to do on that frame? It's like, this is what I think of your frame.
He is in need of attention. When Charlie's in need of attention, there's no denying it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just put all those right there. We need to get some.
Sounds like Charlie's got it all handled. I'm going to drop off and let you continue with this. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for,
thank you
for having me on.
Thank you for the kit.
Of course.
Everybody say bye, Max.
Bye, everybody.
See you, man. Thank you. Thanks again.
This was a good time. We should do this again.
Yes. I'm set up for it now.
Nice.
I know how to do it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Take
Now I
care,
got to turn all this stuff off. See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. Let me. I can get rid of those now. Okay. Well, that was awesome. That worked better than I feared. Hi, Charlie. Okay, I am looking for printed parts. Can I buy a perfect cube? Apparently not. These are in little individual bags, so I'm guessing that what I'm looking for is going to be in one of these, and maybe this one? Yep, that looks like it. Sweaty ears. Yes, that is true. Okay, we need a couple of steppers. Let's go here. There we go. I never actually set this camera up. That'll be good enough. Oh, yeah. Charlie doesn't like coffee, at least. He loves water. Okay. Printed parts. So if I missed any questions or anything people had in chat, I didn't get an answer for you, feel free to repost it. I had a hard time keeping up. So we have a couple of these parts. And a couple of steppers. And we're gonna need, what are these? M3 by 20s. Oh, we got our focus going a little crazy. Yes, Charlie. M3 by 20. Since we have a pile of fasteners. Hey, I grabbed it the first try. So we need 4 of these. 3. Well, we're going to need 8 of them. 4. That one's too short. 5. 6. 7. One more. 8. Patrick, $5. Thank you. Oh, I gotta turn. You're right. You're right. I gotta turn. Here, let me fix this for all the views. Oh, I could have just, maybe I could have done that a little more elegantly, but there we go. That worked out. I'm so happy. That worked out well. Plugs go to inside. Yep. So this is going to go on here like this, but we're going to sandwich these rubber washers, basically. So not enough were in here, so I'm going to cut a couple of grommets that I have in half. How am I going to do this safely? Aha! How am I going to do this safely? Nope, that's... There we go. 1, and I mean, use what you got, right? I just needed to keep it from squishing out of the way. Me too. That worked out really well, actually. Heard you wanted to build a legacy and you're not making it easy on me. Legacy's a fun build. Modbot, hey, how are you? Welcome. I have not designed a grommet cutting jig. Nope. Use snips, not an X-Acto knife. I'll try that for the next one. What? How are you cringing? I didn't have any bleedy, soft bleedy bits in the way. Okay, so I am going to use 4. I'm going to try to even this up. So 4 of the provided. There you go, Charlie. 4 of the provided ones on top. That's funky. Here, let's do a little bit of elephant's foot mitigation here. I think I'm... Yeah, there we go. I had tried, there would definitely been bleedy bits. Gotta be careful. Trying to be conscious. So these little rubber grommets are supposed to help keep the damp the stepper vibrations, keep it a little more quiet. And they push right in here. So that's a good thing to use these on top. And then the ones I just cut for the bottom. Does this make sense here? Oops, what'd that do? What'd that do? I lost one. Where'd that one go? Oh, Charlie wants out. Hold on. Get a little more there, a little bit more light here. I still haven't figured out exactly what light panel stuff I want to do. I need better light here, and I'm working on it. But this week was getting all the cameras going. That doesn't seem right. Ah, because for this I'm supposed to use M3x8 screws. M3x20s was for a different part. .0 is different from Legacy, correct. Elephant moderation, get mice. That's funny. M3x8s. And need a 2.5. Yep. Haven't looked too heavy into Legacy or earlier gen Vorons. Yeah, they're just, I mean, they're basically fun builds, right? Okay, that's gonna go there, and that's gonna go there, but now I gotta squeeze on these. Let's try this. My grommets might be a little too thick to do this. Oh, no, I got it. Hey, Joseph. Thought Max said to use the cut ones on top. Well, either one, I think would... I was thinking these fit in the holes on top better. My cut ones are a little larger outer diameter. They're not going to fit as well, and they're going to bunch up more. So I think as long as I squish them all the same, it'll be okay. Need all of these to go in here, and then I just need to... I think I just need to do it. Let's do that. And then I'm going to have to squeeze these in. Like that. Oops. Charlie's being a turd and already wanting back in. He can wait a little bit. Let's do that. And then one more here. I think on top makes sense if they were going to fit. Okay, so now squeeze all these together. This makes for a pretty tight. There we go. Okay, now the idea is to tighten these all to where the gap is the same. And let me let Charlie in. Come on. Hey, camera, 999, thank you. While y'all go old school with the Voron kits, I'm going full Linux. Or trying to, at least. There you go. Can always complicate an old build. So my intent with this build is to leave it era appropriate, 2016 appropriate. There is one mod that I want to do, but later. But it'll be using the same parts that you would use if you were doing that back in 2016. Killer Prince, missed it. Are you running the Marlin? Yes, yeah, so Marlin, this is Marlin 1.0, I think beta 6, I think is what Max said. So tightening these to where they are the same gap. I think that's right. So that's going there. So let's do the other one towards the inside. Got here late. How far are you hoping to build tonight? Only saw first hour or so of Nero. So we're an hour and 20 minutes in. My intent is to finish the build today. If I don't finish the build today, if it's just taking too long, then it will probably be a little break while we return to Solid Fork, and then we'll come back to it. So I plan on going for a number of hours today. Let's put it that way. I won't guarantee that we're going to finish it because who knows? But this is a opportune interruption, a good interruption for the Solid Fork build. I'm waiting on a few things for Solid Fork that'll help with the build. So this is perfect timing to work on this. Steve, I have an overhead light suggestion for you. Coda LED linkable shop light that has a dimmer. Okay. This will, I will not be changing anything, DJ Natty. I won't be changing anything on this that's the core part of the machine. It'll still be Chimera. I'm not changing any of that. I'll talk about the one change I want to make when I get there. I don't want to spoil it. Duet 0.8.5 was released. No, this needs to stay ramps. It'll stay ramps. Get ready for a 14-hour stream. You think it's going to take 14 hours to build this? Okay, someone said to try my side cutters for these grommets. Yeah, I think this is probably going to work pretty well. Yeah, that was perfect. Good call. Good call. That was actually really, really safe and easy. A few audio stacks. Which drivers? DRV 4988s. Yes, probably 16 hours? No. If it's going to be that long, I think I'm going to put a cap on this, about 6 hours. If I can get this built and running in 6 hours, then we'll finish it today. If not, then I will, we'll do another stream. Okay, one of these in. You gotta pre-compress these. Compress it, and then there we go. Nope, didn't catch. Here, I'm gonna use my snippers. Make these a little thinner. Cut cut all the flange off. See how that does. These grommets I'm using, even cut in half, are a bit thicker than the washers that Max supplied. Nope. Uh-oh. Overboard. Where'd it go? I think that is lost. Hi, Charlie. Yeah, that's gone. I'll have to cut a new one. What's running? Printing, extruding? I don't know. We'll find out. So I think in order to make that frame perfect, I'd have to take it in and just make sure that all the Masumi cut ends are perfectly square. Understanding completely, you don't do this just for fun. What performs better, 6-hour streams or 2 3-hour streams? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't, I see the YouTube metric stuff. I haven't taken the time to figure out how to analyze it because I don't, like you said, I don't really care. I have long streams with tons of views and I have short streams. Tons of views for me are like, if it gets over 5,000 views, I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, and then I gotta cut one more because I lost one. See if we can pre-cut that one to the... Yep, perfect. Okay. Take your shoes off, I'll find it. It might be caught in my shoe, I don't know. It's a rubber grommet, I won't find it. Okay, this goes here. Let's try these after they've been trimmed down a little bit. There we go. Sneak the other ones in there now. Oops, let me move over here where you can actually see what I'm doing. Sort of. Ah, where'd that go? Oh, right there. Good. And one more. Go. Put it there. There. And there. Okay. Charlie will find it, yes. And then hide it, absolutely. Wish Voron didn't spoil me so much. Anytime I find something nice to print, I'd like to change something about it. There's never a CAD file. What? Oh, for other things? There should be CAD for all our stuff. Except V24, apparently. Hey, Pex Peppers. Okay, so those are done. Go back here. Mind the gap. When tightening socket screws, so I just checked this gap here and make sure it's even. Insert M3 hex nuts into the bottom idler sections. Okay, so we're gonna do this step here. Assemble idler bearing stacks and secure the assembly using 2 M5x30 cap screws. Do not do 1 turn per screw and alternate to keep them level with each other. Don't over tighten. Okay, because there are no shim spacers. So we got these guys. Yes, old school partying. So I have 1 part here and a couple of hex nuts there. And 1 there. Let's see if I can, oops. Let's put that away. There we go. So might as well do that to this one. There and there. Okay, so the first one we're starting with is this, and we're going to need bearings here. Steve, please put the knife away. Oh, yeah, I just did. And then this guy goes here. It must. Yeah. So now we have an M5x30. Does that thread into there? Or is that... Oh, that... Does it? I'm getting the... Am I getting the technique down a little bit? Not sure what. There we go. Bearing stack. And another M5x30 over here. You really got to build a callus on your tip of your thumb for this. I'm getting there. I'll learn. Okay, and then this all goes on here, like this. That went flying. Did I lose anything? Nope. Okay, let's try that again. Need to work on my ES15 technique? Yeah. Let's just do it that way. Nero had as much luck last night. Good. I'm not alone here. And it says, don't over tighten. Don't over tighten. Okay. Those still move freely. Take this one down to just touching. Those move freely. I didn't lose the nuts. I checked. Nuts are intact. So that's that, and then we get to do it again. 1, 2. I'm gonna melt the plastic with friction. And one more. Finger torque, yes. Bearing. Bearing. Bearing and bearing. Right, like that. Those bearing stacks seem really fiddly to get started. The current revision keyed parts are nice. Yes. So remember, this is all authentic 2016 build. Lots of lessons learned over the years. What did you have to do in 2016 when you accidentally broke a printed part? Oh, have someone print another one? Okay, those two are done. 2 M3 by 20 screws secure the Y shaft retainer to the bottom of the idler assembly. Don't tighten it fully as we'll need to slide the Y shafts through them. Okay, so on the bottom here, we've got these parts and they're keyed. There's a clearance spot here. And 3 by 20. That's what these 20s were for. Hey, Pascal. That goes there. Hey, Philip. It's always funny to me thinking of in terms of time. 2016 is really not very long ago. But yeah, as far as printing stuff, it is. I don't know, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer this overhead camera to this for this stuff? Okay, and leaving these loose so that the overhead. Okay, we'll do more overhead stuff. Second cam can see me drop parts better. XY joints. So these are going to go over here. We're going to get rid of some of these baggies. Don't need these. A couple of fasteners there. Make some room. Now we're back to the printed parts box. And we are looking for XY joint stuff. That's Z stuff. That's Z. That's an extruder. That's not it. That must be these. Overhead cam. I got a bit of glare here from my light. And I don't have the ability to zoom to get closer, but at least I can show a little better. Also, will this have the dual filament hot end like the OG did? It absolutely does. It has a E3D Chimera. Okay, back to the instructions. We are going to need the XY joint printed parts, which are these. We're gonna need M5 by 30 screws. I'm hoping there's only 2, because that's what I have left. Need some M5 hex nuts. A couple of M5 hex nuts. There's the second one. And an M5 washer. 1, 2. Okay. 2 M5 washers. M3 by 16 screws. I think that's this one. Glare is only on the reflect. Yeah, this quartz surface is really reflective. 1, 2. I don't know how many of these. I'm gonna grab 4 to start with. Clean out any holes on the bearing shaft retainer printed part. Insert M3. So clear out any holes. Everything looks clear. Everything looks good. So we're gonna leave that. Kyle, that's probably a good idea. I might cover this when I'm not doing a frame on it. It might be a good idea to put some sort of cover on it. I may have just the thing. Make a complete mess on my other desk, but there we go. A little better, huh? Hey, Dark Neutrino. That will work well. Okay. So we need to build a little bearing stack. We need more bearings. We have more bearings. And a washer, and then more bearings. This does not follow the 2 shim rules. And then this is going to go around the top, and then it looks like this slides into here. See if I can keep my... Let's take this nut off for now. It's just in the way. There we go. Dark Neutrino, I miss Dancing RCF. I'm gonna have to go back and watch. Because apparently you got a show when I went to get some paper towels. Are these symmetric? Looks like it. Okay. Number 2. I would like to be able to zoom in more so the field of view is just right here, but I don't know. I'd have to move the camera. I don't think I can do any better than this. That goes there. Printed part there, or not. Go, they still move nice and free. Oh, it's a GIF already? Nice. Assemble the idler stack as shown. Slide it onto the slots on the back of the XY joint. Should be facing the top. The nut should be facing up. Okay. Oh, and then we get bearings. So I need to grease a bearing here. So this is where I don't want to get grease on my nice little surface here, so. Let's get 2 of these out. LM8 LUU, the long version. Any ERCF updates? I have to order some motors for mine. I don't know. I haven't kept up on the latest in ERCF stuff. The packing oil on these is significant. Let's grab another kind of... These are nice. What does this say? Oh, these are real, huh? Oops. Made in Vietnam. I can't really focus quite well enough on that. Did you put the nuts inside those housings? Not yet. Did it ask me to? It did. Step 1. Insert the M3 hex nuts into both inner walls of the midsection. I did not, but I will. Thanks for the heads up on that. I need 2 layers of paper towel. So, super lube and a 8mm rod. A little bit in there, and then plug the end and push. There we go. There, and you can feel when it hits the end, and then that pushes it into the bearing races. GIF of dancing RCF is on the Voron Discord G chat. Nice. Okay, so those are greased. This is silicone. Here, let's just go here. Came in the kit. Came in the kit. Okay, I need to put some M3 nuts in here. Let's see how we're gonna do that. Oh, I guess that's how we're gonna do it. Let's see if I can pull that in, if it'll stay there. Oop. Pull, and they're staying in, so oop, until I push it out. Oop, again. There we go. Pull. I think these are just going to have to be really careful when I put these together, because there's not a lot of plastic in there holding them in. There we go. There's one done. Love the overhead. Awesome. So if you weren't here before, I made an upgrade. Big upgrade. I bought a CamLink Pro, which gives me 4 HDMI inputs. Because of problems I was having trying to get 2 of the USB CamLinks working before, one of them would always freeze the video at some point. So I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I just never pulled the trigger until now. So CamLink Pro in an external PCI Express enclosure, and it seems to be working, so I'm very happy. I'm not, oh, the video. Hey, Danny. I'm just catching I'm just using a bolt to catch the threads on the hex nut, and then pulling it to just get it, the tiny bit of plastic it seats in, just pulling it in right in there, and then unthreading it, and it's holding in okay, so I think I'm still gonna have to be careful. So the misstep, M3 nuts are in. Now I'm going to use M3x16s. Those are these guys. And we need 4 for each side. So I have 4. I need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then we're going to press the LM8 bearing into the retainer and then press the other retainer onto it. Okay. So this is up. Oops, I'll go here. The hex is up. We are going to that goes there, according to the picture. And then an M3x16 into here. And do this here and here hope that M3 nut doesn't. Oh, it caught. Good. Adapters plugged into adapters, plugged into adapters. Oh, I don't have any more. I gotta... I've minimized my number of adapters. Oh, lost it. Lost that one. Okay, I'm gonna need the glasses. I was paying attention to the screen. There we go. I think these will need to be loosened again when we put the rods in, but this will work there. Now we're going to press a bearing in here. So this is going to slide along here. So I want I'm going to pay attention to the orientation of the actual bearing races. I think I'm going to go right here. That goes like that, and then that goes like that. Just like that, I guess. Okay. Oh, that's getting pushed out of the way. That is getting fiddly. Let's see if I can hold that in place with another driver. There we go. All right, I already got a print going on my LDO Trident, then a bit since I printed on it. Awesome. We are doing well. We are making progress. There's one. Where are we at? We are at 2 hours in. I have a feeling it might be a stretch to try to print with this today. Hey, Letian. Okay, so that's one XY joint assembled. Is that correct? Yeah, it appears to be correct. I will never do Marlin again. Okay, so that's going there. This one's going to go here, which means that probably goes right there. Yep. How is this? Okay. Looked like it might have gotten jerky there for a second. Let's see, is that one gonna catch? Yes. Sorry, Steve, but you committed to it. What did I commit to? Oh, to get it to print today? No, I didn't. I said we would try. Okay, those both caught fine. Awesome. Okay, that's that way. I'm going to go this way. That in just a little bit. And then this. There we go. Looks at Nero's one-day build of a V0. I would have a very hard time doing a V0 in one day. I know I did the pre-YouTube stream I did on Discord, still took 10 hours. And I feel like I would do a lot more chatting now, which means that would be one long stream. Do or do not. There is no try. Okay, that one caught too. So those are done. Let's see. Repeat these steps for the other XY joint. The X carriage. Okay. So we're collecting parts. So these can go over here. Now we need X carriage printed parts. It's got to be these. Ooh, part cooling fan. Or duct. Part cooling duct. Oh, we need the Chimera. Okay, please refer to the Chimera assembly instructions on the E3D wiki. You need to entertain us. The chat is needed. I wouldn't do this if it wasn't for the chat. I would not be doing this if it wasn't for being able to interact with chat. Okay. So if you were here at the beginning of the stream, I talked about the different generations of the Chimera setup. And the important part is that back in sometime around 2018, E3D changed the Chimera. Now remember, we're building a printer from 2016. So in 2018, they changed it. Fortunately, I was building a Hypercube Evolution before the change, which means, and I was going to use a Chimera on my build for some reason. I have the original pre-change 2016 era part, and if you can see there, the width, the spacing between the PTFE or the inlets for the hot end, the E3D widened that. This is the old part, this is the new part. So I'm going to sub in my part so everything fits. Now where that's important, and it's not really important, the new parts will work, sort of. But the spacing that's in the printed parts here is set up for this. See that? Everything lines up. We use this, you see, The spacing is off. Fully heard that it's part cooling duct. Duck. So that's out of the way. This is here. So we need to assemble the Chimera. And I'm just going to wing it. Unless I get lost. We've got heat blocks and heat brakes and nozzles. I haven't done one of these in a long time. Okay, so that's down, which means heat brake into the top and nozzle in from the, oops, we need some grub screws. What did Nero do with his issue yesterday? I don't know. I intentionally did not watch Nero's stream. I wanted a fresh experience here. I usually have Nero streams on in the background. I very intentionally didn't, just because of this. Okay, so I'm just pre-populating the grub screw here so I don't get in the way of the nozzle. Grub screw for the heater, or for the thermistor cartridge. Okay, so tighten this down such that it's about 1 millimeter of space underneath the heater block, and we'll do that the same on both. Need to watch stream back and look what he's done. I think he mounted the heatsink already. Well, the instructions seem to indicate that I should have the Chimera assembled. KB3D, $20. We may need to fire up Internet Archive for any build questions. Okay, so we're going to assemble both of these the same, and such that they are the same. I mean, this doesn't really matter except for because the overall length is the same, but I want them to be equivalent. There we go. I am just going to kind of just hand tighten this. It'll need to be hot tightened later. That should be good. He only did the main block. He did not put the whole thing together. Okay. Well, the instructions say we should have the Chimera assembled, so we're going to do that. And then these are, it's a smooth bore and then a couple of grub screws that hold the heater blocks to the heat sink. Where are... Huh. That's interesting. The kit didn't include enough grub screws. Oh, I wonder if they're in the other bag. No. There are not grub screws for the thermistors. There's enough grub screws for the mounting. Did it come in here? No, they didn't come pre-installed. Did I miss anything? So the Chimera, this isn't a Voron kit issue. This is a E3D Chimera assembly issue. Unless I'm missing something. Nero ate them. Damn it. What about the miscellaneous hardware pack? Well, I'm just looking. I think the expectation is everything you need for the Chimera is in the Chimera baggie. There isn't any extra grub screws in here. I have extra grub screws. I'm just looking to make sure I didn't miss something in the kit. Yeah. I watched him stream right before watching yours. Max told him he only needs to mount the block. He just needed to put on the Bowden clips. Okay. Have to pull some out of idlers. Are they grub or screws? They're grub. Or they should be. I mean, they're M3. So, I mean, a screw will work, but it'll look kind of funky. And I don't know if it'll fit. That's okay. I've got a box of miscellaneous E3D stuff somewhere. Oh, where did I put that? Gonna have to VHP it. It's a V1, looks funky anyway. This is true, but at least we want it to be the right kind of funky. There's a couple in there. There's a couple in there. Okay. I got miscellaneous V6 hardware all over the place. So, this is not a problem. I mean, it does get authentic here. If you really look at it. Cyclops cold side kit. This is as authentic as it's going to get. Oh, I can bring my, hold on. Actually bring my stats back up. There we are. Oh, and there's all the grub screws I need. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Cyclops was the same heat sink. It's the hot end side was 2 in, 1 out, and it did that weird internal path thing. But I think it's funny that I have just the hardware that I need. Okay, so now we can take this. And put them in nice and straight. Yeah, it needs some tweaking, but that's okay. And I'm not tightening these down. All of this is going to have to be adjusted anyway. No extras in the kit. Nope. Okay. I'm not going to put the fan on either. Which, at this point, I might as well have just put the heat sink itself on there, but that's okay. So there are 2 pieces here. These 2 pieces which one goes where. These sandwiched together like this. I use VHB for my V0 electronics. Tape held, but the foam ripped every few weeks. Ended up using Aero light heat hot glue. Okay. Water. Water and a snack. I'm going to try to learn my lesson from the last 7-hour stream and actually eat something in between. So we are going to use 3 M3 by 16 screws. Three of those. And which way? Oh, are these the same? These are different thicknesses. It looks like the thick one on the bottom. Thick one at the bottom, and then this back. I'm looking at the instructions here. Just kind of. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Oops. So I don't think I need to add the Bowden ends because there will be some couplers that go on the top here, and that'll push the PTFE down in and hold it into the hot end. Oh, hey Max. Welcome back. The top one has, yep, I figured that out. The top one has the counter bores. The bottom one doesn't. You had a negative experience and learned from it? Well, I mean, I realized after the fact, I went 7 hours without using the restroom and without eating. I had water. I had plenty of water, but it was probably not smart to go that long without eating. Am I getting the technique down? Okay, so that goes there. Oh, wow. Gifts given a while back are being awarded now. That's cool. Okay, so that on there. And then... I don't like this. This one is catching the plastic as threads and then not lining up with the Chimera. So I'm going to clean out the plastic on these so it's a little better fit. Max, thanks for gifting the memberships. Okay, I don't know if you can see it here. Nope, you can't see it there. I have my handy dandy reamer holder. And try to do this by hand because I don't have my drill. There. Let's pull these out and just... What did I miss? Not a whole lot, just continuing the build. There we go. Just do this by hand. Those are fine. It's this piece that's a little tight. Hey, Pied. Having my drill would have been nicer, but there we go. There, that's the way they should go. Do I know any good jokes? No, especially on the spot. Okay. Let's see how nicely those line up. Not too many gray names to give memberships to. Yeah, and some, I mean, you can't, interestingly, just so, you can't accept a gifted membership if you're on what's called a YouTube branded account. You can't accept a gifted membership if you're on a branded account. Okay. Wires not illustrated for clarity, but the hot end should be fully assembled at this point. Well, we'll leave it at this point. I think you're saying it doesn't actually have to be fully assembled yet, right? Attach the Chimera hot end assembly to the mount and insert M3 hex nuts into nut traps on each carriage end. Okay, so we have carriage ends and M3 nuts. One. And two. I just need the block, okay. There we go. You're here, but keep running back and forth. What do you call it? I don't know. This is dangerous water, accepting general jokes in chat, right? Are there more in here? Which side? There's a... That is not a hex set. That's a bolt. Okay. That should be good. That one, and that one. Steve, do you have any experience setting up and using those hot ends? I do not. I've owned one for many years, but I never got to the point of printing with it. So this will be a new experience. A white horse fell in the mud. That's a very dirty joke. Okay, attach the X end stop switch, the one with the shorter wire, to the carriage end. Use the tool holes on the printed part guide where the switch should attach. Okay, so somewhere in here we have an X end stop switch. Because this must be tool head stuff. Look how clean it is, and it'll never be this clean again. It'll be this clean. This is the one with the shorter wire. Do I want to leave the lever on it, Max? I'll leave it on it. Okay, so this part has the spot for the switch. And in here, I know I saw a couple of M2 self-tappers. Leave the lever on. And I mean, Phillips. Neat. The worst part about eating a clock, it's time consuming. Ah! Is this correct? Wire facing back. That's not correct. Flip it. But that's where the switch is. But that's where the switch is. I'm following the directions. No, I keep forgetting about this. People like the overhead, so I'm gonna try to use this more. You're sorry. Okay. Magnet. Ah, where are you? Right there. I bent the wires the wrong way. That's okay. This is what you want, right? Okay, that one is good. Because this manual predates Dunnar being in Voron land. Exactly. Slide one of the carriage ends onto the hot end mount slots and slide the LM8UU bearings, the shorter two, into the retainers. It'll be a very loose fit. This is intentional to allow bearings to align before we tighten everything down. So 1 and a 2. Mr. K, thanks for becoming a member. Superlube. I didn't put enough in that one. The LMUs are original. Nice. Let's just make sure. Okay. Plug one in, let Charlie out. There we go. Have you heard of Murphy's Law? Anything that can happen will happen. Ever heard of Cole's Law? It's just cabbage and mayonnaise. Okay. Those are greased. Okay, this is here. This one is the non. This should go in here, like that. These end up being somewhat loose on there, it looks like. Then this goes on there. And then I can see them. I can rotate them if I need to. And then in 3x40s, these guys. All right, good luck. Pro tip, don't crack the 40-20 when you put it on. Oh, are you talking about the fan? Are you out of here? Thanks again, Max. I will try not to crack the 40-20. Ah, it tightens up. I see. So before I tighten those, I want to make sure I have these oriented. I don't know that it really matters. I'm just going to orient them the same way. Oh, have a safe drive. Yep, awesome. So that is a assembly. It's got a little bit of bearing grease on my fingers. I'm gonna put all this extra, all the heater cartridge clamping bolt. and then put the rest in this little baggie. I have them oriented in X, Chris. They are currently oriented in X. Okay, Chimera back. Okay. Is this an off-the-shelf hotend? Yes, it is just very old. It is the E3D Chimera. Was Legacy 12 or 24 volt? Legacy is 24 volt. Legacy is only 2 years old next month. And yes, Brian's right. Off the dusty shelf. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay, there. And then we have the belt clips to each carriage end. Make sure the locating pin on the clip lines up with the slot on the carriage end. So belt clip, belt clip. So belt clip goes. There's a little slot there. I think that's what it's referring to. I'm gonna clean that up just in case. What are those? Doesn't say what fastener, but those are going to be M3 by 12s. M3 by 12s, because that's what we haven't used yet. That's a 12. Okay. It goes there. And then the 12. A little bit of. Let's just use the reamer. What's Forrest Gump's email password? What is Forrest Gump's email password? So those are just going to be finger tight because I know we're going to have to do something with those later. And this side is the opposite end for that little slot. So. One, Forrest, one. Okay, so now we can assemble this. X-axis assembly. The X-carriage assembly. XY joint assemblies. And 8mm shafts. Bruno, hey Steve, what's that deburr? Is it original Noga? It is. So this is a deburring set that I bought. And this was on the if you watch Clow42, his channel. This is off Amazon. They are usually pretty darn expensive. I ended up finding it for like $20 off one time. But that's what it is. Noga deburring kit. Come on, Charlie. What generation is Forrest Gump? Gen A. Gen A. Okay, so this goes to the front. And we need a 8mm shaft. And another one. Make sure these are clean. Where are the skirts for this beast? There are no skirts. Okay. Hi, Barnyard. I miss a lot. I thought VK was a kit from like 10 years ago. VK was a kit 6 years ago. And this is the remaining parts. RCF or MZ bot sold 18. They bought parts for 20. This is the remaining parts for those, because when he did his QC on everything, he only had enough parts to do 18 kits. So this is the other kits with some newly purchased things to go in to make them complete. Bruno, I had them in my shopping cart for a long time. And one day they were like $20 off, which is like 25% or something off. I will not be modifying this. Well, there will be one modification, but it'll be era appropriate. Okay, these guys go here. The nut up, so we're going to loosen the ends here so we can get the all kinds of grease. That's true, Stephen. There. So I'm going to put these in. I'm just going to snug these just to hold things together. The one mod is the bottom panel. Does this have an upgrade path to Trident? It does not. The frame is not nearly large enough, tall enough for Trident. Clicky probe mode. That was Voron 1.5, right? There we go. No clipper. This will stick with Marlin. Okay, I'm not going to tighten these up yet. I don't think it's time. All the little bits of grease on my hands. Does this printer, when self-sourced, get a Trident serial? It gets a serial in the Voron 1/Trident series. This printer gets a VK serial. Which of the current Voron is the closest relative? V1 would be the closest relative. Okay, so those are slid on. Now we're going to move on to the Z towers. So I guess we move this out of the way and our idlers out of the way. Those are done. This is the probe mount. I guess that can go out of the way for a bit. And we're going to start on the Z assemblies. So we're going to need the Z tower printed parts. Wouldn't Legacy be closer at this point? Maybe? That's a good question. The idea is the printers that came out from this, or if someone self-sourced it, they got a Voron serial number. It was just V whatever number, which later turned into Voron 1. So that's a good question, whether this would get Legacy or not. I don't know. That is a good question, though. We got these pieces and these pieces. There is just a little bit, not bad. I mean, enough, a little enough elephant's foot that my fingernail's taking it off. These, and I think those. I think that'll do the printed parts now. Just run my fingernail along these, and those are coming off. Switch wire 008. What are we up to on switch wires now? I am not going to complain about this. I mean, it's not much. Not much in the elephant's foot. Like I said, I'm taking it off with my fingernail. Otherwise, these look good. Yeah, that's a good point right there, Mr. Clown. None of these parts have the 0.4 millimeter chamfer that we're using on the newer stuff. That was a what the, what happened? What happened? Let me turn this off and turn it back on. These parts don't have a chamfer facing the build plate, so it's much more difficult to calibrate for no elephant's foot. Battery didn't die. And it didn't give me the overheating error. Here it comes. Okay, now I gotta go through this. Oh, and now it's on the wrong view. Let me see if I can fix this. Give me a second. I did a test. Does that change? I'm not very pleased with this. What is it doing? I know that's wrong. I'm trying to get my... The view is wrong, and I don't know why. I think we're just gonna have to go with this. I ran this all for hours yesterday with the GoPro on for way more than 90 minutes. I mean, I think I ran things for like 6 hours yesterday. So, this is probably, it's not ideal, it's cropped wrong. But I don't know why it's doing that. I'm not sure what, I didn't change anything. So, we're gonna go with it. This isn't perfect, but we shall go with it. Let's move on to the next thing. Prep the printed parts by cleaning out the Z motor holes. Everything else should be ready for assembly as is. Cleaning out the Z motor holes. For the most part yesterday when I was testing this, I just left everything on and I came and checked on it. So I wasn't really doing much of anything. So we shall see. I am missing motor stepper mount printed parts. Is that right? Is that what I need? Do I have them? I got Z and Z and lower and upper. And then, oh, here they are. Z stepper mounts. Have a nice stream. Have to be at work in 6 hours. Thanks for being here, Landover. Have a good one. Okay, all of that is good. So go back to snap the 3 bed carriage parts together as illustrated. You'll likely need to apply significant pressure to get the midsection seated properly in the 2 bed support arms. And then 2 M3x12s lock the carriage components together. Let me see something. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to fix the view here. At least mostly. There. Close enough, right? Okay, so we're going to take 2 of these. Those and those. And then these parts. These go together like that. And then yeah. Significant pressure, they said. There we go. That worked really well. That is not coming apart. I sure hope I did that right. I guess there's only one way it can go, so that and that. Press fit parts. There is a screw that holds these together. It is very tight though. I doubt it even needs the screw. But that guy goes in here. And then a couple of screws here that hold it together. Now this is, I believe this is a change. This is a new, this is an update here, the way these go together versus how they came originally. The screw is just insurance, yep. Now, there was a mention of no heat sets in here, but that's not true. There are, and this is original too, there are a couple of spots, but they were pre-done. Is that because printers that could print that part in one piece were uncommon back then? I think these were one piece. I think the new part of this is that they're 3-piece. While I'm threading these in, planning the August members only stream to be this coming Saturday. It's the last Saturday of the month, so it's the last chance I have. So just keep an eye out. Don't trust YouTube notifications. I don't know what we're going to cover yet, but we're going to have fun. See you, Nathan. Thanks for being here. But are they the correct heat set? Yes. And I say that without being able to pull one out to check, but I'm assuming they are. I think it's a safe assumption. Okay, so those are assembled. Same time as usual, Saturday at 10 a.m. Saturday, same start time as my Sunday streams. Just on Saturday. Okay. Insert the lead screw nut into the retainer in the middle of the bed carriage and secure it using two M3 and washers. Use the holes diagonal to each other. I think I need to get the lead screw nuts off of the steppers. So to pull these off. And are these threaded? They are not threaded. So that means that we may need to get some nuts as well. Yeah, these are not threaded. Do we have any lock nuts in here? We do not. Second upgrade is the Taco Raven. Secret upgrade is Taco Raven. Taco Raven, I think Taco Raven is too new. Okay, so this goes in here, and then we need diagonal, what are they, M3 by 8s? That's not gonna work. So, these are palm nuts. They are not threaded. I believe it appears, according to the original instructions, the original ones were threaded. So we're gonna have to deviate from the manual a little bit and get some M3 by 12s and some lock nuts. Okay, and 3 by 12s and some lock nuts. Yeah, Taco Raven is too new. Being just 2 years into 3D printing, retro builds feel a bit early. Well, this is 6 years, and 6 years in 3D printer, in the 3D printer world is an eternity. So I need washers. I guess we'll do this view, as long as it's going to let us do it. Which way was that? I'm not going to use a washer there because it gives 0 play. It takes up all the space. Maybe I'll use a washer on the bottom. There we go. Nope, not going to use a washer on the bottom either. Not going to use a washer. The inside is not threaded. It is not. I'm sorry. The flange on here. These holes are not threaded. I think they were on the original brass ones. So we need to use I'm going to use M12s and lock nuts instead. Okay, so if that goes there and that goes there, I'm just matching up the diagonals that I'm using. Ah. I cannot get that to line up. There we go. I had to do something similar on Tridents into a scrapyard building. Yeah. And I'm not going to tighten these yet. I'm just leaving them loose for right now. Hey, Andres. Press a bearing into the carriage. They should be snug. Okay. I think I'm going to do a little preemptive. Just a real quick run around the inside of that. Since I'll have to get past it with the, and this will just help. Okay. And cleaning a couple more bearings. Will this see regular use? Realistically, no. This won't see regular use. It will get printing. It will be used if I can think of a reason or whatever to use it. But realistically, it's not going to be in the normal rotation. Okay, I am going to probably need to get more. Use it for legacy PIF. Been printing a lot lately. Custom mounts, networking gear, cable modem, PI switches. Awesome. Where can I find your tray to place screws? If you search on printables, if you search for less thin hex, just less thin hex, it'll come up. I'm gonna grab a couple more paper towels. I'll be right back. I'm gonna need them. Okay. Oh yeah, and hey Dustin. Welcome. Okay. I have got a mess. Cue dancing RCF. Oh, I need to get that and actually put that. Okay. I'm just gonna call it here. I got dibs on that. But with Chris, it's Chris's idea. Chris and Dead Bob's. I got to put that as my, I have to go get something scene. Ooh, put a bit much in that one. Oh, it can be used anywhere, but I'm going to use it on my stream. Obviously. I'm not claiming. I'm just going to use it as a intermission or whatever. Jeremy, been out of the Voron community loop lately. Anything interesting happening? Well, we officially released Stealth Burner. That's the big thing. Big thing recently. Okay, those are done. Thanks, Chris. I saw that pop up. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now I need to press these in. From this side. Oh. Yeah. That is... Ow! Ah! I went to grab my vise and it suctioned. It held and I scraped my thumb across this sharp edge. Now luckily it didn't break skin, but I don't know if this is going to be a good idea or not. I just want some controlled. Is this going to be big enough? Maybe. Just controlled bearing pressing. There we go. Line these up this a little better. There we go. One done. Debur, yeah. I don't think the sensorless homing is listed as a Voron thing, just that that's a change to the recommended spec from V0.1. Did you print your 3D sets buggy in PLA or ABS? I have printed it in PLA. The buggy, what do you call it? The little, what do they call it? It's not the buggy. It's the Sandy. I'm printing in PLA. The buggies that I'm supposed to be printing, I'm going to do in ABS. Okay, those are pressed in. Hi, Aaron. How are you doing? Screw the lead screws into the bed carriage, or secure the Z motor mount to the lead screw motors using M4. Okay. Put that over there. Print them in TPU to save your ankles. We have steppers. So I think I'm going to make the wires go point towards the back of the printer, since it doesn't say. Although this picture here, if it's correct, would indicate point it towards the frame, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm going to point it towards the back of the printer. Hey, Teza. Point it towards the back of the printer. So that's going to go like that, and that is going to go like that, and in 3x8s. Yeah, I think that's the smart choice. Which is VK19? This is VK19. Will you run this printer with Marlin or Clipper? It will be Marlin, and it will be Marlin 1.0. Is that? It is not modified. Are there table tie clips for the frame? I don't believe so. As stock as possible, yes. Daniel, so before Voron was a thing, RCF was going to do a company, and MZBot was the name. And these are, he originally sold 18 Voron kits. But he had parts, most of the parts for 20. So these are the remaining 2. All instructions are open to interpretation. Your results show if you interpret it correctly. That's true. Okay, so those are done. And then we are going, I guess grease from these. It's the, okay. So that's got to come off. That goes right there, and that's probably going to find its own way to the bottom. That one doesn't move as smooth as the other one. That's okay. Okay, I think I'm done with the grease. That'll be good. So I can get rid of the paper towels. There we go. These were designed to compete with Ultimaker. I don't know that necessarily to compete with Ultimaker, but as an alternative. I don't know. Into the bed. Insert both 8mm shafts into the bed carriage bearings and cap the shafts with the upper. So we gotta do all this, and then we're gonna get to put all this in the printer. So this is going here, and there's going to be an upper. And a lower. So this goes in here, and this goes here, and this will go down here. That doesn't want to stick in there very well. Here's what I'm going to do. Take this off. Grease. Put this on here first. There we go. I think that's probably the smart move, to put these on here first. Well, that's going to be a screen grab. What's going to be a screen grab? What did I do? There. No Pi supply, plus not much documentation on Pi alternatives combined with not being stuck at home. It spins, yep. There we go. Those are a lot tighter than the upper side, so. A little bit of elephant's foot off. There we go. Then we get to put this in the printer. Oh, so we just kind of put this together and then set it to the side. Okay. This is going to go here, which means this goes here. This one goes here. So those go like that. And then a couple of these go on top. that's a Z assembly. So I think the idea is to set this over there. Are they ball or lead screws on there? They're lead screws. Yep. You grease lead screws. If so, what do I use? These were pre-greased from, I'm assuming Stepper Online. They have a little bit of grease on them. So how does this build compare to Legacy 01? Legacy is a reimagined version of this. So reimagined in the updated build methods, design methods. It uses a lot more heat set inserts. Everything about it is just up to a more current Voron standard or printer standard. So it's a different experience. Although this has a better manual. Hey, Rod. Okay, I'm just gonna set those right there, I guess. About 2.4 R2, would Z joint lower X4 also exist for MGN12? No. MGN12s are too wide to use for the Z. You'd have to do significant other modifications to use MGN12 for the Y or the Z on 2.4. Exactly, Sanity. Ugh. Okay. Printer. Printer. I have this little bits of just this slight coating of that grease on my hands that I may have to take a moment to go actually wash my hands. Okay, items we're gonna need. All this stuff. Insert M5 cap screws into the A motor mount and add a T-nut on the other side. Don't tighten it down. Just a one turn will get it secured. Oh, we're doing all hammerheads on here. And then we're gonna install those onto the back right corner of the frame. Okay, let's go this angle with a little bit of that, maybe? That. Back right. That would be this one. So then we need it is straight in this direction. It is not perfect in the other directions, and I don't think I'm going to get it there. So if it causes a problem, this is a simple enough build. I may take it apart and touch the ends of some of the extrusions if that's what it takes to clean it up. Okay, let's see if we get a better view this way. That is not anywhere close to straight, but that's okay. It's like the frame. And apparently Tom Cruise. Okay, we're gonna put that right there. Hammerhead, hope it turns and catches. This is true. Oh, that way. Well, I didn't start the Tom Cruise joke. I just played on it. You can blame... Who's that? Who can you blame? Mr. Clown. We can blame Mr. Clown. Install the assembly onto the back right corner of the frame. Don't fully tighten it yet, as we need this piece to move a little to allow for gantry alignment. You'll feel the nut twist and grab the inside. That's a good stopping point. Okay. Blame South Park. Is that the correct? Yep, that's correct. Wedge the idlers onto the side extrusion so you have access to the front. It's easier to route the belts onto them now than later. That's something like this. Where are we at? 3.5 hours? Okay. It doesn't say anything about actually putting the belts on yet, but they're in the picture. I'm cleaning off some. Just scratching the little bit of alligator foot away. Okay. Wedge the idlers into the side extrusions so you have access to the front. Route the belts around the idlers. We don't have anything. We'll need the belt. Okay, well, let's get stuff in place. Push the idlers forward into the corners. If the belts slip off the idlers, don't panic. We'll get everything lined up later. Okay. Sorry for this question because it doesn't pertain to this video. By the way, I do like your channel though. What question, Blue Knight? Did I miss something? Or is there a question coming? Is there anyone that can show how to take a solid STL model and take apart? Via text and on here, that'd probably be a tough thing to do. I would do a search. What are you trying to actually do? Are you trying to modify an STL? There's quite a few pretty good YouTube videos on that. I don't mind the questions, but just understand that not all of these are going to be easy to answer in this kind of format. I'm just cleaning this up and okay, so that's going to go there. I think I'll slide a couple of M3 hammerheads under there. Just to hold it on. Trying to like take the eyes out so I can print it in blue filament. Check out, are you trying to do a multicolor thing? Like you're trying to print them completely separate, or because doesn't Prusa Slicer now have a paint on color feature if you have like an MMU or something like that? Okay, those are on. I don't know why it says anything about belts right here. We're not ready for belts. Ooh, I'm worried about that. Why does it say belts yet? We're not ready for belts without the rest of the gantry in place. Okay. I need to put... the last two, so... I want to check... this. So let me vocalize what I'm actually trying to do. So I want to put the Y rods in here. Here you can, this hole in the part, this is weak across the layer lines there. So I want to see if I feel like I want to ream that hole out rather than, nope, actually it went in okay. So if it was going to take more force than I was comfortable with, I was going to ream it out, but oh, that one might. I'm going to hit it with a 8mm reamer just to make sure I don't split that part. Just like that, just that much. And I might as well hit this one too. Just like that. And then they'll fit a lot better. Yep, right in there. And there's no play, but it's also not going to split that part. Maybe I want you to put the belts in behind the eyelids before wedging them in the corner. Yeah, but I don't know how long the belts need to be yet. And I want them to be the same length. So I think I'm going to mock this up. I don't think actually putting those in after is going to be that much of a big deal either. I think I'm just going to go with it. See how this fits. That fits okay. See how this fits. See ya, Alex. Thanks for being here. Okay, those fit fine. Now I need my gantry. It's gonna go there. That's gonna press into there. Presses right there. There we go. That'll hold in place. This one. Now, all of this needs to be, nope, like that. Go to bed, enjoy the rest of the build, and thank you. Nope. Yeah, I already said that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Where are you? Okay, I can't see a thing here. There we go. I got it. Okay, so that's going there. I'm banking on being able to see what, or to route the belts. That's there and there. I'm going to move these to where they're about centered. All of this needs to be lined up too. Everything still needs to be lined up. Some water. Okay. So let's get a view here. That is not all that smooth. Hopefully it smooths out. Okay. Slide the X-axis assembly onto the Y shafts. Be careful here and go slow. Don't force the bearings into the shafts. They should slide in with no force. Play with alignments of the shafts and X-axis to get them to slip on. Slide the X-axis forward and tilt the frame slightly forward to prevent it from sliding off accidentally. Okay, I got all of that. So here, push the Y-axis back into their retainers. Make sure the shafts are not touching the motors. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So those are not touching the motors now. was that? I lost a fastener. Where did I lose it? Something fell here. From where? Got those. Oh, it's the screw for the hot end. I had just finger tightened those on there and it's vibrated loose. The rods make it sound like a Prusa. Yeah, let's put those up in there. Okay. Tighten the Y shaft retainer screws on both sides. Well, I want to make sure all of this is lined up first. There, I think that is that's straight. Charlie, check in. Charlie is chilling. Ah, there he is. Just down at my feet. Okay, so I think that's straight. Let's try this one. So all of this is going to change. This has to move this way depending on how far apart these are. I think the back is our reference point. So let's center the X rails here, and then I'm going to tighten these screws to lock things in place. Oops, all the way. But I'm doing it at the back, and then we'll adjust the fronts to make sure everything goes. Charlie is the reason she's watching? Perfect. Happy to oblige. Okay, so all the way back, this should tighten up and lock things in place. And then those shouldn't slide anymore. And then do the same on these. Wonder how the sales of kits have been doing. Wish the LDO kits existed back in the day. I imagine they're doing pretty well. I actually don't know though. The bomb for that is available. The bomb for this, I know it will be available. I'm not 100% sure if it is. Hey, Jason. Everybody say hi, Jason. 1999, thank you. Another bad boy from old-fashioned school. VK19, yep. Okay, so now this should move. Since these two rails now are locked in place, when I move this to the front, it should... I should be able to adjust. You see that adjustment there? I should be able to adjust that to even on both sides, and then it should just move well. This is basically a cylindrical rail version of the Trident. Not quite, because there's only 2 lead screw steppers. So that should do there. Okay. Now that moves smooth. These are even to either side. That should be good. All the way. And actually, it's pretty close with just a little tweaking. It's not racked. See? Just a tiny bit over there. What happened eventually to the Trident, the carry lots? Jason has it back. It's a little worse for wear, but Jason has it back. Okay. I'm wiping off all the extra grease that's squeezing out of the bearings. Okay, we're gonna put the rest of the fasteners in because I'm going to trust that I can get the belts ran without too much trouble. Okay. Pushing the hammerhead nuts in after the fact. And looking down the slot, it rotated. Sure these are tight. There we go. Everything moves. It's kind of looking like it can move today. We are 4 hours in. Not going quite as quick as I thought it might, but that's okay. Let's turn this thing over. Well, it'll barely turn over, but it'll be fine. Maybe this view. Yeah, there we go. Mitchell, did you ever do PIP? I did not. I don't feel like I have enough consistency in my print quality to do PIF. And I don't want to, I do too much tinkering with my printers. I don't want to have to rely on something I don't want to have to rely on it working. Charlie, it's hardly helped at all. He's not even sleeping. He's just kind of sitting there. What's the difference between this printer and Legacy? So Legacy is, it doesn't share any parts, but the basic concept, the idea, the way things go together are very similar between this and Legacy. It's just Legacy is just a modern take on this. Okay. Just making sure everything is locked in. Silent judgment, yes. Okay, Hope. Thanks for gifting the memberships. Y motion is super smooth. There is no spot where it's binding. So it looks like I've got that nicely square and parallel. X, the bearings, I think, are giving me a little bit of, oh, and I'm losing grub screws and stuff because I keep playing with it. I'm losing the grub screws that go into the heater blocks. I'm just going to set that there for now. I've lost both of them now for the thermistor grub screws. But I think that's bearings. It might be able to be tweaked a little bit, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. Tighten the Y shaft retaining screws on both sides. Tighten the X carriage bolts. This will secure the X bearings in place. Should not be able to rotate the bearings after they are tightened. I had already tightened these. I wonder if I can help that bit. Maybe if I loosen these just a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Round rail don't need to be aligned as well. The X rails might be too far out of parallel. Something. We'll see what it feels like once I get it belted and moving around. I'm sure it's fine. I put a lot of grease in these, especially in these Y bearings. Or actually, especially in the X ones. Okay, moving on. Those are tight. The bearings don't turn like the instructions say. Slide the X carriage back and align the A and B motor mounts so that they are equal on the frame. This should be no part of the motor mount protruding outside of the frame. So no part of the motor mounts. It's not quite true. No, those are fine. That was a little bit of elephant foot sticking out, but now it's flush. It's flush on both sides on the back. Tighten the screws on the motor mounts. Did that. Now tighten the rear screws on the XY joints. We now have 4 secured points to achieve alignment. Yep. And then everything aligned on the front. Christian, I'm putting a 2.4 R2 350 together as we speak. Just got the frame together, all square and nice. Thanks for your streams and arrow streams. Thank you for the amazing back catalog. Awesome, I'm glad it helps. Check the gantry for racking when pushing all the way forward. See the difference in gaps. While the front XY joint retainer screws are loose, you can tweak the X-axis to make fully perpendicular to the Y-axis, yeah. And really we can just kind of push it. And there, it's perfect right there. Tighten the last 4 screws on the gantry. Take a break and enjoy your handiwork. I'm not going to take a break. By the way, is anyone working on a head that works with nozzle temp up to 450C? No, well, none of the Voron team are working on that. I'm sure somebody is. Marlin 1.0 and no silent steppers. Yep. I wonder how loud this printer will be when running. It should be reasonably loud. Install the A and B motor drive pulleys as illustrated. The pulleys have 2 grub screws. Line one of them up with the flat portion on the motor shaft. You can tighten the other, then tighten the other grub screw. But we will just put them on there. And where did I put those? They are back here. So this one goes like that. This one goes like that. And I guess we'll line that up when we get the belts on. That front will fall off. We don't want the front to fall off. Not designed to. Okay, 2mm drivers. That's got to be this guy. So this is going to go on there, and I'm just tightening one of these. That. Just like that. And then I think we're ready to belt it. Here's a diagram for the B motor belt run. The A motor side is a mirror image. The belt starts at the X carriage, goes around the idler on the Y joint, loops through, yada yada. This is the magic of Core XY. The magic of Core XY. Wow, YouTube is really delayed on these memberships. Interesting. I've not seen it do this before. Gift them so actually apply them so long after they were gifted. Okay, belts. Let's go this view, I think. Oh, they're pre-cut. They are pre-cut. Thank you, Max. Let's see if they're pre-cut to the same length. Oh, they're 2 teeth off. I never get shorts notices from YouTube. Their notification system is broken. Yes, so speaking of notifications, Saturday, members only stream, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So same start time as my Sunday streams, just on Saturday. So this Saturday, what is it, the 27th or 28th? The 27th. So I don't know what we're doing yet, but we'll do something fun. I'm going to cut these to be actually the same length. And we'll get this installed. Okay, this goes, the B motor is top. 2 teeth off, I know. This goes around this pulley and to the, so let's take this off. This is the belt tensioner. So this goes through here and it'll come out this other side, I guess. Okay, so that goes there. Let's see if this is any better. Yeah, maybe. Goes around here. Up there. Around here. Around the top belt. Goes a lot across the front of the printer. There we go. Let's get a little. Oh, trying to get this to. Oh. Let's see if we can. There we go. Now, will that go up onto the? Trying to get it up onto the bearing. There we go. Onto the bearing. There. Ken Gross, thanks for gifting the memberships. Is equal length due to lack of tensioner. I'm not sure where the tensioner is on this. We'll find out. And then across the top of this and into the belt tensioner here. And we got a lot of extra belt. That should come around and out here. Okay, so now that should push through there, like that. And if all of these are up on their spots, we got the beginnings. According to Nero, there is no tensioner. Pull tight and hope for the best. Well, you pull tight and then you tighten these, and you've got some tensioning ability there. So one belt is run. let's get the other belt run. Oops, that's gonna go up there. Okay, so this one, let's look at this. This one's going to go in this way. So if you look at these, you can kind of get confirmation of which way things go. Oops. You see the teeth on the printed part. The tooth side goes that way. There's none here, so that's why the smooth side is on that, is there. The belt is twisted on the left. What do we mean? Well, none of this is correct yet. There we go. Okay, so that's going to go there. There, clee. We got a clee here. Okay. So that's the belt from there. All of this is in its right spot. Twisted on the left. I think everything's okay. Now we're gonna go. A twisted belt is to make it in a Mobius strip. This goes under and then around the belt up there. Oh, I took it around the extrusion, or the rod. Now we do that. Goes there. And it's gonna go here. There. Go. And we're gonna do this whole thing again, try to get it to make this turn. This is why, at least on the mobile, it's this is why they wanted you to do this after the there. Let me try moving this onto its front. Ah, might be able to see it a little better. Oh yeah, that's the ticket. As long as I don't have a twist in it. Use a zip tie from the opposite side, that works too. Okay, so that goes there, and then that'll go in there. This should be the smooth side, yep. Wow, the PF Dentist membership gifts are coming through now. Okay. So we're going to leave that right there. We're going to get all of these onto the Not quite sure how I'm going to eyeball the pulley lining up, but we'll get there. Oh, we've got to this here. Got a pulley that's not lined up over here. There we go. Okay. Hold that tight. Tighten this. Let's look at the instructions. Loop the top belt hanging off the front idlers around the B motor and pass it through the XY joint, looping it over the idler past the other end of the belt to the opposite side through the XY joint. So I did all of this. Take both ends and loop them through the belt clip. Fold the belt clips over as illustrated. The belt teeth should line up with the teeth on the X carriage belt clip. If that's not the case, check your belts. They probably got flipped somewhere along the way. Hey, Mr. K, thanks for being here. Have a good one. I do have a screw loose, more than one. Secure the belt clip to the X carriage, tighten it fully. Panzerkaden, thanks for getting the memberships. Insert the other ends of the belt through the other belt clip and loop the remaining belt length through the other two holes on the clip. Put the M3 back into the belt clip and screw it into the other side of the carriage, leaving plenty of slack for the belt. Do not tighten it yet. Walk the belts and make sure everything is seated properly. The two belt runs should not cross at any point and they should be seated on their idlers. You can now start tensioning the belts by pushing the belt into the clip while pulling on it from the cutoff end. Due to the tooth locks, it will move in discrete steps. When you feel the belt beginning to slip back after advancing, increase the tension on the belt clip in small increments. The belt tension you are looking for should be close to the G string on the guitar when strumming the run of the belt that goes between the two front idlers. Once you have the same tone from both sides and are satisfied with the tension, tighten down the belt clip fully. Okay. Let's go this view. How am I going to do this? Because I'm not quite tall enough. This belt, I feel, is fairly well tensioned. Could maybe use a little more. loosen this a bit. I'm going to pull that another one. You said G-string. Yep. Okay. That seems reasonable. So now this side, I'm gonna tension this one. That's right there. Everything's seated. The belt tension actually seems fine. And when I hit the front, I'm a little loose on this side. That's this belt. It's this one. Let's see if we can get one more tooth out of this one. Well, it's really hard to keep the belts the same length when I have this much extra. See you, Pascal. There, that's one tooth more. And it seems like I'm partial tooth away. Let me go with this one. Belts are always fun, yep. Especially when you don't have the proper tensioner. That I'm going to call there. Yeah. And those belts feel tensioned enough. It is deracked. It's not, it's hitting the same time at the front. Okay, now what I want to do, and I'm hoping I can see the alignment, the belt. I'm gonna adjust the pulleys. I'll move this up just a hair. And then move this through. And so what I'm doing is I got it right there. So I'm adjusting the height of this pulley until when I run this through its motion, the belt stays around the center of the pulley. And right there is good. Okay, so now I'll do the same with this one. This one needs to move up a little bit as well. And then just move it through. I think I need to go just a little bit more up. I'm just eyeballing it. Let's go a little more. That'll do. Yep, I'm happy with that. Not super happy with the X movement, how smooth it is. Tighten those up. And then if I go to the end here, I can leave a little bit of belt. I'm going to leave a little bit of belt. Enough that I can hopefully grab onto. At the very least with pliers or something. No one's ever happy with their X trouble. There we go. There's the X end stop. Yep. Y is really smooth. X, not so much. Oh, and I keep losing. I keep playing with it and I'm losing the screws. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Z-axis installation. Prepare the Z-shaft supports by inserting the M5x10 screws into the holes and adding a T-nut on the other side. Let's put this aside for a moment. Only a moment. Grab these guys. And my hardware again. See you, John. So these are kind of, there we go. Kind of fiddly. There we go. And then same thing here. I gotta just enough room over here for a wrench. So kind of gotta have to finagle the screw in there. I think the same thing on the top. The same thing. We got a room for a wrench, but not the screw head. So like that. Oh, backwards. Okay. That one's done. This one. Okay, so those are in. Now let's bring the frame back up. Figure out what we need to do to get. Did I forget washers? Washers! Was I supposed to have washers? Where? Did I forget washers? Where? I don't know where I would have forgotten washers. $85 millimeters from there to there. Okay. So that goes like this. This goes in there. And where'd my wrench go? This is the same build, yes. That's gonna go right there. That's gonna go there. What's gonna be the easiest way to do this? Put the, I don't know if you get a, doesn't look like you got a great view of this, but putting the stepper nuts in loosely. This will help hold everything in place at least. Okay, so that's going there. And then this is going to go up here. Let's loosen these, and then I'm going to turn it on its side. I'm going to turn it on its side on a couple of 1, 2, 3 blocks. There we go. Now, 85 millimeters. Where did I put my ruler? Ah. 1, 2, 3 blocks are not wide enough. What do I have instead? Got way too many wires. Where did my ruler go? It's in this mess of stuff I have over here. Anybody know where my ruler went? My little Mitutoyo. Did I? Yep, there it is. It fell under the edge of my... There we go. Fell under the edge of my countertop here. Okay, 85 millimeters. That was really close. 85. I need a more stable way to hold this. Oh, that's there. 85 millimeters there, which means this all the way to the bottom. Tighten that. Check chat. Is a ruler an imperial symbol in a monarchy? Sure. Okay, so with this right at 85 millimeters, the rest of this should line up. Turn it back here, and I put it on backwards. I put the wrong, you guys didn't catch that. You didn't catch that. I put it on backwards. I need something better than these 1, 2, 3 blocks to hold this up, though. The bed bracket. Thanks, Cliff. I appreciate that. See? Cliff told me. Okay, let's... This whole thing is the wrong... This goes on the other side. This is the wrong one. What do we want? This one. And I keep handling. No. What am I doing wrong here? It is the right one. I just have the bed on backwards. Because that's got to go there, which means this just has to twist. That's all. Okay. See, I get it. I get it figured out eventually. No, I put it on right. I just had it backwards. There we go. Now that things are a little more stable, now we can get this 85 millimeter measurement. Again. Okay, now we're way off. There we go. Okay. $84, not 85. I want 85, not 84. Not 85 and a half. Where are we at? That's what the Voron cubes are for, exactly. Okay, 85, exactly. Get that one in place. Get the stepper lined up and in place. And then run this to the top. Get the top ones in place. Now I imagine that this should probably be 85 millimeters as well. Assuming the parts are the same width. Let's find out. It should be 20 millimeters wide. And they are. So I should be able to put this at 85 millimeters. And tighten it in. There we go. What was the MZBot test print back in the day? I don't know. That's a good question. That is a good question. Stepper needs to be spaced equally? Yeah, and it should be. Everything moves nice. Yeah, it moves nice, and when I move that, the lead screw is not shifting. So I think I'm okay. Hey, Roy. Yeah, the frame isn't perfect, you're right. But this is moving smooth. So I put way too much grease in there. It is all over the place. Since the verticals aren't fully perpendicular, I suggest not pushing the rods too hard to align them with the frame verticals. Yeah, but this is moving good. And it is touching at the bottom at the same time. And the lead screw is not wobbling all over the place. Make sure all of this is tight. Okay. One down, one to go. Too much than not enough. Sometimes, usually. Okay, so that's gonna go in there. Get the stepper on. Arr. There we go. Okay, so that is too tight because we need to be able to shift that for the that down there. I don't like how this bit goes together, but that's kind of the old kit. This is one of the things. It just doesn't seem, you can't really get to these screws that I'm messing with right here from the side. Okay, what is our measurement here? 70, so we need to move over quite a bit. Almost 5 hours? Oh boy. Yeah, this will be a multi-part stream, it's looking like. Shift this all down a little bit at a time. Oh, wow. I am dead on 85. Yeah, dead on 85. Perfect. that going there. That one goes there. Turn it back on its top. Make sure the stepper is centered. That upper Z-mounts there. And then this one is really close to 85. Oh, that's right on 85. Okay. Oh, shifted a little bit. Okay. All the way up. This one installed. Something is binding on the bottom, so just kind of seeing if it's stepper or aha, that one moved. Loosen this up again. That's fine. Why is that? Let's let that move. That's moving together down there and out up here. Right on 85. Right on. Okay, these are good. This might be some of that frame stuff catching me. So much grease. Right there. And all the way up. There we go. That was banging up. That's shifted forward on this one a bit. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's frame funkiness or what. What would cause that to do that? It touches at the front or the back before it touches at the front. Does this one do that? No, this side is solid. This side is not. How can I fix that? Top thing. It's got to be. That's good. There we go. That did it. Now it's level. Let's see how different this is. So it's about 2 millimeters over, but it's level. So we'll see where that goes. I got to catch up. Yes, the trapezoidal nuts are still slack, are still loose. That doesn't have an effect on what we're doing here. To be honest, I'm probably going to, in between streams, take this apart and square up the frame. But I don't have the tools or the ability to do that on frame, but I mean on camera, but I can tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm basically going to check every end and make sure they're cut square, and then make sure everything's the same length. And I will probably use my disc sander, because that's the tool I have that's best for that right now, to square up and even everything out. So, but we will keep moving, because right now the bed at least is level with the bottom of the printer. And I will take the, you can't use that, little nut driver to tighten but not too tight, these. So like tighten till they touch and then a quarter turn off. DJ Natty, how will you keep both Z-stepper aligned? You don't, and you've stumbled onto the one mod I'm going to do. The one mod I'm going to do later, post build, is I'm going to add a stepper driver so I can do Z-tilt. Since you guessed it. I'm still going, of course. I'm not too far off though. Mostly because my microphone's gonna die. Mostly because the microphone's gonna die. Okay, we did this, 85 millimeters. We tightened the top. Now we can put the bed on. It's water. Okay, I'm done touching greasy rods, I hope. Never mind. Let me go wash my hands real quick. I'll be right back. Have like 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I need to set up the dancing RCF, yes. For that case. Okay, clean hands. I can dip into my midstream almond snack. Not midstream, we're not going another 5 hours. But we will go another little bit. Oh, extruder. Okay, let's get the bed on and get an extruder set up. Bed. See you, Ken. Time's up. Okay, which way does this go? It doesn't go that way. So which side does the power come out of? So see, we have power going out. Which side? That goes like that. I think I'm going to take a cue from Nero and save the heavy part for last and move on to an extruder. Maybe it'll become more clear once the electronics are in place as to what, where it goes. Does that help? Okay. Extruder. Let me put this thing away. We got 2 of these to build. You just showed it in the instructions? What? Oh, make sure the bed is oriented with wire harness coming out the left side. Awesome. I'll still save it. It's heavy. I still need to probably move the printer around. Okay, let's do one of these at a time. there is a built-in support here. It says here, remove built-in support by prying off the piece with a screwdriver or a knife. Bed wires to the left, yep. That didn't take much. Oh, well. I'm gonna clean this a little bit where those supports came off. Are there any other holes to clear out? Nope, everything else looks good. Insert a 625 bearing into the retainer. Look at all this stuff. Where are these in the things? Is there a hardware kit for this? Aha. Belted extruder hardware kit. Here, let's do this. Move all this stuff over. Couple of belts. I don't want to lose all this stuff, so. Okay. So we have a bearing. Bearing in here. Bit nice. And a bolt. Oh, that one has a surprise. Has a ground flat in it. Must be two of these. There's our hub gear, or whatever. Okay, so this part, there's a bearing that goes on here, and then this goes on here. And use the I think I'll have to line that up. I'm done. And then, guess that's it. That goes on there. And then I'm going to, I'll save that. That's gonna have to get adjusted to line up, but okay. So then two washers on the other side. And then the printed part, printed pulley, and a nut. Add to the protruding shaft, screw on the main drive, and M5 nut. Don't over tighten it. Okay, I think that's probably okay. And then I'm going to line up the filament path there by adjusting, by just shifting this piece. So right, like, is there a metal parts to insulate the bed from the plastic base? The bed just sits like this. No, there are springs. So these springs go between the bed and the plastic parts. Okay. Holding the drive gear screw on the second, and this is to hold things. So let's loosen this even a little more so this is nice and free. And then a second M5 nut to, that was a lock nut. There. Then it's nice and free without any side-to-side play. This build uses simple press cut washers. There's nothing that's really a shim here. There's some spacers, but not really precision. That didn't have to be perfect. All it does is space it out from the printed parts from each other, from the bearing that's in there. Insert the M3 lock nuts into the retainers on the back of the extruder. Okay, so there should be M3 lock nuts in here. And we're going to use a M3 screw to pull those into place. Go. Wow, how long am I going today? Until I'm done. Probably not too much longer. I'll probably cap it in 45 minutes, depending on how long it takes to get this, the extruders done. Yeah, because I'm gonna run out of microphone battery before too long. Insert the M3 nuts into the retainers and the latch arm. Okay, those two we did. M3 nuts into the retainers on the latch arm. Okay. M3 nuts. I'm going to steal them from the other assembly. I'm not sure if they should have been in the extruder bag, but I don't have any more in the extruder bag, so and attach both arms into the latch using an M3 22mm screw. Attach your arm to the main body using another M3 by 22mm screw. Still make sure you can move the latch. Okay. So we have this, and we have the latch. So the latch sits like this, and this goes like this, and I need 22mm screws, which are outside of our current outside of the current Voron catalog. M3 by 22, yep. Okay, so that goes in there. Okay, so that, I think, so it looks like. Make sure you can still move the latch around after tightening. Yep. And then this goes on here like that. Doesn't seem like it does anything. Did I mix that up? Oh yeah, okay. Ah. It's just pushing the other. Here, I need to clean. I think I need to clean that up a little bit. That'll work. There we go. I'm gonna loosen it up until it still moves. Use a steel M3 washer, a spring, and an M3 nylon washer. Okay. That's nylon. That's steel and a spring. To assemble a tension bolt as shown. Okay, so we're gonna follow that and assemble them into the guidler. Oh, and insert an acetal dowel into a 625 bearing and snap the idle bearing assembly onto the retainer slot in the guidler. This will take some force. Okay. So we're going to take a bearing, an acetal dowel, and this should go into here with some force. But that, not too much. That was fine. Now all of this goes onto there. Those go there, and then that does that. Okay. I see. So now we have to take these bolts and do a steel washer, a spring, and then a nylon washer. We've got to do that twice. Steel washer, spring, nylon washer. These go into here. And all of this, did I lose any of it? How in the, oh, it went over there. That's funny. that goes there. And that is the extruder. Thank you, Steve. Have a great evening. You too, Danny. Have a good evening. So I think that line up the teeth. I did that. I did that before. Insert the tension arms into the main body and screw them into the lock nuts. And then attach a NEMA 17 motor to the motor point mount points using M3x8s and M3 washers. Okay. I don't know exactly what, let's see if it shows what wire orientation. Not really. So we'll do it like this, I think. M3x8 and M3 washers. And then a pulley. It says to put it this way, but in order to get it far enough on that way to actually hit the thing, I'm going beyond the flat in the, I'm going beyond the flat on the stepper. So I think I'm gonna go this way because I can just hit the end of the stepper shaft. The other way it doesn't cut. I don't know if you can see. You can't cut the flat on the shaft. It's not being used. It's not cut deep enough on the steppers. Says make sure the stepper wires are facing down. The question is, what's down? I'm not sure what's down. I'm not sure what's down. You guys are much better at reading these instructions than I am, because I keep missing these. Hi, Skating Mania. Well, if we assume that is down, they're facing down. Yeah. I think I've got it correct. Twist the motor towards the front of the extruder and slip on the belt. So twist it that way and slip on the belt. Twist it the other way, tension it. Power of common sense. Yep. There we go. Then I've got a Bowden coupling to thread into here. This is just threading into straight on plastic, so there we go. And that is it for one of these. So let's get another one assembled. Been noticing some weird noises, like you might have another microphone somewhere capturing audio. Either that or a loose connection. Could you try tapping on stuff that could have a mic? No, nothing's coming up here. It's all here. Full build? No, we're not going to hit a full build. I'm going to run out of microphone power before too long. This is, I mean, we're getting there. We just won't get all the way there. I got a problem. I got a problem. I guess I'm only building one extruder today. I'm missing the parts. When's going to be the next stream? Not sure. This will probably... I'm probably going to do Solid Fork this next weekend. Then come back to this when that's done. Now that I'm not... It's obvious I'm not going to finish this today. Unless I wanted to go another 5 hours. I'm not going to finish this today. Don't want to go another 5 hours. So I don't want to rush it. At this point, we've been going at a good pace, getting things done. If I take a little break here in this build, I can fix that frame and come back with it's just going to be a better build, right? Unless you guys can see where I might have lost the other little drive gear, filament drive gear, I think I'm missing one. So that stops me from being able to do the next extruder, so I'm just gonna not. I have the coupler, I have the little acetal. Here, let's do some of this so I don't lose parts. Let's put this little thing together, put that in, and I guess that's about all I can do. The rest of this is going to have to wait. Put some nuts in here. But I think I'm missing one of those pieces. So... let's put these lock nuts in here because they were a pain in the neck. Hey, Mr. Jodity. Thanks for being here. We are going to be wrapping up here pretty soon anyway. There we go. Those were a pain, so that's out of the way. What else can we do? We could get some electronics going. House of Dragons. I haven't been paying attention either. With how bad Game of Thrones ended, I haven't paid attention. Don't have high hopes. Okay, let's see where we would be. Electronics enclosures. Let's do that. Let's put the power supply together. Or we can put the ramps box together. Let's do some sub-assemblies and then we'll put it all together next time. Insert the ramps board assembly into the case and secure it using two M3 by 16 screws and one M3 by 30. That and that and that and the ramps. That was not the end of Game of Thrones, it was the end of a TV show. Yes, absolutely. But in having read most of the books, I don't have high hopes that there's ever going to be ending anyway. Let me let Charlie out. Okay, so ramps board goes in here, just like that. Then I need two M3 by 16s. That's these guys. And one M3 by 30. Interesting. Is that supposed to go through there? Because that doesn't like to go through there. I think the reamer to a rescue. Journey before destination. Still not. Don't have my high hopes. Okay, that goes through there, and it doesn't line up with the board below. It definitely doesn't line up with the next board. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. That screw will not go through all three of those. Now that was no problem reaming that out. But I don't know, I definitely don't want to modify the Arduino or the ramps. I don't know what to do about that. Well, the other two go through. Yeah, those go through just barely. And not... I don't think 16s are the right fastener for that either, because that is what comes out the other end. and it's threading into plastic. That won't work. I think M3 by 20 is more reasonable. But I still have the problem of this stack of miscellaneous parts not lining up. That would line up. Maybe that's what I do. Those two line up. It's this one that causes the problem, and this is the generic piece. Let's do 3 M3 by 20s, and then I'll put this thing on last. Come on, Charlie. Ah. There. Let him remove the adapter and run it through the two boards and put the adapter back on afterwards. Hey, Andrew, you caught up. Are you slightly behind? Great minds think alike, right? Where am I trying to? That last hat doesn't need right. Oh, you're a little behind on the timeline. That's okay. Gotta get ready for work. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Now, the only problem with M3 by 20s is they're sticking out the back. Maybe I got a 25 on accident there. Yes, Charlie is in great need of attention. He does it again. Yep, there it is. Here, let's go that angle. Okay, so those seem to be just too long. I don't really like how much thread how little thread these 16s give is the problem. I think they're going to immediately, well, they're not going to strip unless I just go with that and just barely touch it. That's right, he hasn't climbed on my shoulders in a while. If I ignore him long enough, maybe he will. He's just headbutting me. All right, Charlie. Give him all the attention. We are a little high on the camera now. There we go. Okay, that is in there. And then we can put this guy back on. Like that. And then we have a fan here. A thin fan. That's going to go on here. And what are these? M3 by 16s with a cool Voron grill. Make a spacer air gap between the fuses. Is it enough to just kind of bend them out of the way like that so they can breathe? There we go. They're going to be Prusa style Watto wires crammed inside. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. Always replace mine with normal fuses. Okay, fan module. Cool. Use the included piece of 1.75 filament to attach the door to the case, creating a hinge. Trim the excess filament off. Screw in the M3 by 8 through the door and into the brass insert in the case. Okay. Included filament. I would kind of guess. I don't know that that's actually in here. I don't know that that's actually in here. How or when or where are you going to add another stepper driver for the Z? I don't know yet. I know I have a little stepper driver module that's from this era. Let me see if I can find it. It's as simple as this thing. Finding a spot to plug that in and hooking it up. And I have DRVs. Okay, so this is going to go in there. I'm not going to actually hook any of this up, but I wanted to get a few things going. And then this should go through here. Oops. Do that. And acts as a hinge. Ah. You're gonna go over there. There we go. And trim the excess off. And an M3 by 8 into, if you notice, the heat set insert. There's the electronics enclosure. Cool. Where are we at? 350. So I'm gonna conclude or finish or stop building right now. I'm gonna bring this stuff out of the way, back onto there. Let's put this guy on here and let Charlie explore it. Oh, yeah, it's just enable step and direction. There's all kinds of ways to hook that up. So we didn't finish. We didn't get this done. I kind of had a thought that I might be able to, but nah, it wasn't going to happen. That's okay. From 6 feet away, Charlie looked like he had Adam Savage's head hovering over your bench when he was sitting there. That's funny. Let's see, what's the better view? Either way works. So the plan, I want to get back to solid fork. The idea, the initial idea was, I actually thought this would be a one stream build. I was a little optimistic. That's okay. I'm going to get back to solid fork next week. We're going to finish that build. This was a good build to take up this weekend because I'm waiting for some stuff for solid fork that's going to make that build better. But once solid fork is done, we'll come back and we'll finish this up. We'll be able to finish this up in one more stream. Hold on a second. No, wireless headset is off. Is it still making extra noise? Here. Do you still get it there, DJ Natty? Because I just turned off my AC unit. So, solid fork next week. Members only stream next Saturday. Don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll have fun doing it. If you have any suggestions, let me know. It will probably be 3 more streams, I think. 2 or 3 more streams on solid fork. It feels like there's another mic picking you up, and that is a little delayed. There's nothing in OBS here there's nothing in OBS that's another mic though. So I don't know. 14 hours is actually realistic for what? For this? Voron toast. We'll just point the camera at Charlie. And we'll just go, ooh, ah, oh. So, anyway, this was fun. This is actually, I'm really pleased with much of how this is turning out. The frame, I think I'm going to tweak because I think it's causing my Z alignment issues. So I want this to be, me tweaking the frame doesn't take away from it being a classic build. So I'm going to do it. So you guys aren't hearing it. Yeah, there's nothing else it says here. So what are we at? 6 hours? That's a good stream. I want to see the VK input shaped, even though it's going on Marlin. Marlin 1.0. Not just Marlin. Marlin 1.0. So big thanks to Max coming on stream earlier, providing this. This is just a fun trip into the past, building this as things were. I mean, only 6 years ago, but 6 years in 3D making or 3D printing space is quite a bit. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to you all. Thanks for everybody who joined, became a member, or gifted memberships. Be sure to keep an eye out. I'll put it'll be the time. The time is for sure. Always 10 a.m. on Saturday for the member streams. But keep an eye out, and I'll put it out on the members post and schedule it. So maybe you are monitoring on desktop audio. I don't know, but have a good rest of your weekends, and we will see you on Saturday. Most of you. If not, we'll see you on Sunday. Talk to you later. Bye. Oh, where'd my mouse go?